All right, peeps. Here we go. Jermaine Franklin versus Ivan Dychko. Round number 1, 5 seconds in. Dychko, the much taller fighter, in the blue trunks with white trim. Jermaine Franklin, obviously much shorter black trunks, silver trim. Dychko was a good amateur, beat a lot of good fighters in the unpaid ranks. Let's see how he does here as a pro. It's been a very slow burn his career so far. He's based, I think, in Canada. Don't quote me on that, but I think he's based up there. Has he left it too late? Some of these old Eastern Bloc guys stay amateur for too long. That's a nice right hand there from Dychko. He's just trying to establish his range. Another nice right hand by Dychko. Among the people that Dychko fought in the amateurs was Anthony Joshua. He lost to him in the Olympics. But he beat a lot of good guys as well. He beat... who did he beat now? He beat... I think he beat Filip Hrgović. Dychko trying to go with a big right hand there on Jermaine Franklin. Franklin very heavy for this fight. Not in the same kind of shape that he was in when he fought AJ. Shout out to everyone in the live chat. I will get to your questions and comments when I can. To start this stream very, very quickly. Just over a minute left in round number 1. It's been all Dychko so far, controlling the action on the outside. Franklin rushing in. They're getting nothing done so far. Dychko looks comfortable, as you would expect, with his dimensions. Nice right hand by Dychko. Picking the shots very, very well. Leaning back. He's got that classic Eastern Bloc style for a heavyweight. Yeah, he actually beat Bakidir Jalilov. That's the name I was trying to think of. Several times in the amateurs as well. Those are very good wins. He also lost to Jalilov, but he beat him, if memory serves me correct, at least twice. So that's very good form. So he's got the pedigree. But does he have the time to make his mark as a professional in this heavyweight division? He is something like 35 years of age. And that's the end of round 1. I'm surprised this fight isn't further up the card. It's part of the prelims. This fight is being streamed on YouTube rather than on Netflix. As I say, it's part of the prelims, not the main undercard or the main 4-fight card, which is a little puzzling. I'm not sure why they did that. But anyway, we watch it on YouTube. Here we go, round number 2. Jermaine Franklin, Ivan Dychko. Pretty comfortable first round for Dychko. Didn't really break a sweat. Kept his jab out there. Landed some nice right hands. Can he hurt Jermaine Franklin? You can see he's the much taller man. Stands somewhere around 6'8". Jermaine Franklin around 6'1", 6'2". Again, quick right hand there from Ivan Dychko, then skips away. Nice right hand to the body, though, from Jermaine Franklin. He'll want to do that if he's going to try and chop this big oak tree down, Ivan Dychko. To my knowledge, Jermaine Franklin has never been down as a pro. That's a nice right hand from Dychko. Never been down as a pro. I've never noticed him seriously hurt. He did get buzzed a little bit in the Dillian Whyte fight. I want to say that was in the final round. But not out on his feet or anything. It didn't look close to going down. To my eyes, anyway. Dychko again, full short with a right hand there. Throwing plenty of leather, though, at Jermaine Franklin. And I think it's fair to compare Dychko's performance so far to Dillian Whyte's and Anthony Joshua's performance against the same opponent. Again, Franklin appeared to be in much better condition against certainly AJ than he is here. But, you know, Franklin's a guy that has good... Can I call him a journeyman? He's just one of these tough pros in the United States who knows his way around the ring, spars in lots of different gyms. Back in the days, you might have referred to him as a club fighter. I'm talking about back in the 90s and the 80s. That's a term that was used often, a club fighter. Slightly different to a journeyman because journeyman, the inferences with a journeyman is they've just come to lay down, whereas club fighters often had some type of ambition even if they weren't that talented. But anyway, Jermaine Franklin knows the veteran moves and how to survive and how to get his shots off. He doesn't rely so much on athleticism. I'm not saying that being lighter wouldn't make him better. I think it would, but the point I'm making is Dychko so far is doing a better job than AJ or Dillian Whyte against this opponent. I'm not sure how much notice Jermaine Franklin had for this, though. And he did lose his father last month. And there's the end of round 2. That can go two ways. Either it can inspire a fighter to a better performance than normal, or it can do the opposite. Shout out to Supersized Fries for the super chat. He says, what's your opinion on this quote by Eddie Reynoso? I can't see any way Crawford can hurt him. I can see many ways Canelo can hurt Crawford. That's the mentality we're going into this with. Well, being the bigger, stronger guy, surely Canelo's going to be looking to walk Crawford down, hurt him to the body, hurt him to the head. Maybe they're alluding to being able to hurt Crawford by leading off, or hurt him with counters. And as I say, to head or to body. Big up Supersized Fries for the super chat. Big up everybody in the live chat. Here we go, round number 3. Ivan Dychko versus Jermaine Franklin. I do like Max Kellerman back on commentary and presenting, alongside Andre Ward and a commentator whose name I'm not familiar with. Nice right hand by Ivan Dychko. That was a real fast shot, and then he skipped away. Nice foot speed as well here by Dychko. Making very, very comfortable work of Jermaine Franklin so far. Again, it'll be interesting to see if he can hurt him, drop him, be the first guy to do so, as far as I'm aware, in Franklin's pro career. Nice boxing by Dychko. Feinting, then getting the jab off. Fast right hands. Nice footwork so far. Dychko circle in the center of the ring. Franklin looking for a left hook. And left hooks against an upright guy like Dychko could be the solution. And Franklin's savvy enough to know that. But can he really execute? He might know what he needs to do, but not have the ability to pull it off. Are they kind of doing a bit of a waltz in the center of the ring now? A little bit of clinching. Up to this point, it's been a fairly clean heavyweight bout. Let's hope it don't turn into any type of hogfest. Dychko again looking for that right hand. You know, there are very few absolute rules in boxing, and so what I'm going to say is not an absolute rule. But generally, upright fighters tend to be more susceptible to left hooks. Upright guys like Dychko, who kind of lean back a little bit, fight at long range, they tend to be more susceptible to left hooks than right hands. An example of that would be Paddy Donovan. Not sure how many of you guys caught that fight earlier on. That was an intriguing fight, especially because Lewis Crocker totally switched up his boxing style. I was shocked. I think most people in attendance were shocked, and most people watching were shocked, and certainly Paddy Donovan appeared to be shocked by, there's a big left hook there from Jermaine Franklin, which fell short. But yeah, it was the fact that Paddy Donovan was so upright, which allowed Lewis Crocker to keep landing that left hook. And the way Lewis Crocker was throwing that left hook was very interesting from a technical perspective, because he would duck his head down, and that was the end of the round, by the way, with Dychko and Jermaine Franklin. But Crocker would dip his head down to his right, simultaneous to dipping his head down low to his right. He would throw this kind of looping left hand up top, high. And when you're standing up straight like a Paddy Donovan, you're going to get caught with a shot like that, because it's misdirection. You look at Crocker's head dipping down to his own right low, you're not expecting a wide shot to come up high. So very interesting misdirection in the technique that Crocker used to land that shot throughout the fight. Personally, I thought that Donovan had done enough to win, but we'll talk about that maybe later on, or I'll do a dedicated video for it. But yeah, the point I want to make, and here we go, the start of round number 4 here, Dychko and Franklin. The point I want to make is upright fighters tend to be more susceptible to left hooks, generally. They tend to do better with defending straight shots than hooks when they're really upright. At least straight shots from the right hand. Anyway, here we go. 30 seconds into round number 4 for Ivan Dychko and Jermaine Franklin. Shout out to everybody locked in. Good to have you here. Dychko not shy with that right hand, letting it go aplenty. It's just interesting contrasting the way that Ivan Dychko is going about this job compared to, again, an Anthony Joshua who's of similar dimensions. Joshua beat Dychko in the amateurs, but that was a very, very long time ago. Dychko far more relaxed against the Jermaine Franklin than Anthony Joshua was. If you remember in that fight, Anthony Joshua got his nose busted quite early on, and he had an anxious look about him. Did he get booed in that fight, Anthony Joshua? But Dychko very, very relaxed, very self-assured, getting his jab off, right hands. Leaning back in that, again, old Eastern Bloc way. Dychko from Kazakhstan. A countryman, obviously, of Gennady Golovkin. Golovkin, a hero in that part of the world. Central Asia. Yeah, this is starting to look, in fact, it pretty much has looked since the very beginning of the fight, like a sparring session. And Jermaine Franklin is one of those type of guys. He's like a sparring partner to a lot of top fighters, you know? And sometimes a guy like Jermaine Franklin, who's brought in for sparring because he's tough, because he can do the rounds, and because he needs the money, they can develop a sparring partner mentality where they're ambition in the ring is somewhat limited and they just fall into this kind of autopilot routine. Having said that, Franklin trying to liven things up a little bit in the past few seconds, looking for that left hook. Needs to do that and not fall into what I just described, the sparring partner syndrome, where they're just going through the motions. Anyway, that's the end of the round. Danny said, Franklin took White and AJ into a war. He took White into a bit of a war. Didn't really take AJ into a war. AJ won the fight comfortably, but he just looked uneasy throughout the fight. But he did win it comfortably. I don't remember that fight being a war. It was a pretty boring fight, to be fair. The White-Franklin fight was a lot more entertaining and a lot more close. And both guys took some big shots. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, Jermaine Franklin wouldn't last one round with the Talma. Looking like this, my friend. Perhaps we'll see. They say that a Talma's going to be out in December. It might be enough time for Jermaine Franklin to have another camp before then. Recover from this fight and then have another camp. Or perhaps it'll be Charles Martin. Anyway, here we go. Round number 5. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. Round number 5 between Ivan Dychko and Jermaine Franklin. Kazakhstan versus the United States. Nice right hand from Ivan Dychko. Again, to remind anyone who's not aware, Dychko is the guy with the amateur pedigree here. I know Jermaine Franklin fought extensively in the amateurs too, but he was nowhere near the level of Ivan Dychko, who beat some very, very good fighters in the unpaid ranks. In his mid-30s now, so really needs to get a move on. I'm sure he'd like to make a statement here against Franklin, but Franklin, very durable. Never been down as far as I'm aware, never been stopped, certainly. Takes a good shot, knows how to look after himself, but not the most offensively sophisticated fighter, it has to be said. Could a Talma take him out in a round? If they make that fight, maybe we find out. Danny says, Dychko looks like a bold Vitali. Yeah, I can see it. He actually does look a bit like a bold Vitali. I can see it. You got a nice jab from Dychko. Franklin trying to get the left hook off. Matt saying, how did this guy win Olympic bronze? I guess you're not impressed by Dychko. I think Dychko's looking pretty good here. When I compare him to how AJ and Dylan White looked against Franklin, I reckon Dychko's looking pretty decent. And Dychko won a lot of, or beat a lot of top fighters in the amateurs, including, as I mentioned earlier, Bakadir Jalilov. Beat a lot of good guys. In fact, let me get Ivan Dychko's box rec up in front of me so I can reel off some of the names that he beat. He did lose that fight, obviously, in the Olympics in 2012 to Anthony Joshua. Joshua, I remember breaking Dychko's nose. There was a lot of blood. AJ just kind of overpowered him. But Franklin doesn't have the kind of athleticism necessary to do that. Plodding around with that heavy frame. He's not managing to close the distance quick enough. Or coordinate his shots. That's the end of round 5. Halfway through this heavyweight 10-rounder on the undercard of Canelo Crawford. So I'm just looking at Dychko's amateur record here. He fought extensively in the amateurs. Yeah, he's not based in Canada, as I said earlier on. He's actually based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. For some reason, I was thinking he was based in Canada, so I'll correct myself on that. But in the amateurs, he beat the likes of F.A. Ajagba. He beat Bakadir Jalilov several times. At least 3 times, actually, he beat Jalilov. I'm looking here. Beat him at least 3 times. Who else did he beat? Just scrolling through. Yeah, he lost that fight to Anthony Joshua, 2012 Olympics. He beat Erislandi Savon, the guy who AJ got a gift over in the first round of the Olympics. Ivan Dychko beat him, the Cuban. That's a good win. Beat Filip Hrgovic, as I said. He beat Zheli Zhang and several others. Anyway, here we go, round number 6. It's been all Ivan Dychko so far. Jermaine Franklin seems somewhat willing, but not really able. Dychko looking to set up the right hand, put a bit more power on it now. He's coming forward a little bit on Jermaine Franklin, looking to land that shot really hard. Since Danny has said it, I can't unsee it. The bold Vitali. Mr. Parsons says, is this the prelims? Yes, it is. Okay, Jim Gray is part of the commentary team as well. That's interesting. He was part of the old Showtime crew. Jermaine Franklin moving his head now to avoid Dychko's right hand. He's done a pretty good job defensively over the past couple rounds of doing that. But again, offensively is where Jermaine Franklin's really falling short here. Yeah, he does, Danny. Dychko does fight quite a bit like Vitali too. He has the lean back and everything. And the name obviously is very similar to Klitschko, Dychko. Green Entity says, do you have nerves for Canelo Crawford? None at all. Absolutely zero nerves. I'm intrigued by the fight, but I'm not really excited by it. Truth be told, I'm interested to see how it plays out, but I don't feel any kind of excitement for the fight. And I'm not the only person who feels that way. A lot of others have said the same on previous streams, that they don't really feel excitement for this fight. It's interesting, but no real excitement yet. Hopefully they generate some excitement in the ring with the performances. Okay, this heavyweight fight between Dychko and Franklin is getting quite sloppy now. A lot of clinching as the fight has slowed down. We're now in the second half of the bout. That's a half block left hook there from Jermaine Franklin. That's probably the closest he's come with that punch for a number of rounds. Dychko tying up. Wonder what Dychko's stamina is like. Because he's doing a Vladimir Klitschko impression now with all this grabbing and leaning on. Somebody's asking what's the score. It's all Dychko. Dychko's won every single round, every minute of every round so far. Although he does appear to be getting a little tired now. He threw a fair amount of shots for a guy of his size. So the fight started getting sloppy in the 6th. Here we go, round number 7. All Ivan Dychko so far has been very, very comfortable. Franklin hasn't been able to do anything. Dychko popping that left hand out there. Getting the right hand off. Franklin trying to fire back. Lands a right hand to Dychko's body. That's a good idea. Needs more of that. Oh, that was a left. I thought Dychko was wobbled there for a second, but I think he was just off balance. Because from this angle watching, there was a left hook that went in from Jermaine Franklin. It looked for a split second like Dychko was maybe bothered by it, but no, I don't think he was. That's a nice right hand from Jermaine Franklin. One of the cleanest shots he's landed in this fight. Dychko holding. Does Dychko have a gas tank problem? Round number 7. Franklin getting a lot closer now. Dychko unable to maintain the distance. Doing a lot of holding. Right hand from Franklin. I think Franklin senses that Dychko's tiring here. Dychko just throwing a 1-2 and holding again. Vladimir Klitschko style. Needs to try and reestablish that range. Okay, he's moving and feinting a little bit here. Jermaine Franklin swinging wildly. Again, Franklin really struggling to get past that reach of Dychko. It just ties him up as soon as he gets close. And Franklin doesn't have the footwork or the agility. Big, wild swinging right hand over the top from Franklin misses by a mile. He air-conditioned the front row with that punch. Yeah, Franklin doesn't have the athleticism or the footwork to be able to get close without falling in, to keep his balance underneath him so he can throw a shot before Dychko manages to grab him. So he just falls in. He doesn't have his feet underneath him. He's off balance as soon as he throws the first shot, leaning his body weight totally over his front foot. And that's why it's easy for Dychko to tie him up from that position. Dychko just going in for a hug there. Didn't even throw a punch first. Right hand by Dychko and then another hug. He's turned from Vitaly Klitschko to Vladimir Klitschko all of a sudden. He needs to be warned for all this holding, Dychko. Is referee Harvey Dock going to give him a warning? Because it's getting excessive. Jonas says, just looking at a right hand there, that was a nice shot from Jermaine Franklin. That might be the best shot he's landed all night. Just looking at the slow-mo here. Bang. Yeah, right on the cheekbone of Dychko, that shot landed. Nice shot from Jermaine Franklin. Jonas says, it may become Vlad versus Bruce, the 1 pound shop edition. Big up Matt for the super chat. He says, let me ask you, where has this delusion come from where Crawford is nearly 50-50 with Canelo? 3 months ago, we were laughing at this. What happened? Well, I'm not going to say it's delusion. I'm picking Canelo to win. For those who haven't heard me say before, I'm picking him to win. I don't want to say it's delusion with a fighter as great as Crawford because he might prove me wrong and everyone else who's picking Canelo to win wrong. So I don't want to call it delusion. But all I can tell you is that the closer we get to a big fight, you know, as the weeks and the days count down, the more people tend to start picking the underdog. And Crawford is the underdog here. We saw it in the run-up to the Daniel Dubois, Alexander Usyk rematch, for example. The closer we got to that fight, the more and more people were picking Dubois. We also saw it the closer we got to the Moses Atama Dillian White fight. There were more and more people picking Dillian White. So I think it's just a thing that people tend to do. They start overthinking things. Anyway, we're in round number 8 of this 10-rounder between Dychko and Franklin. Franklin's trying to let more shots off, but falling short with most. But he is swinging with some intention. But big up Matt for that super chat. Oh, right hand by Franklin. Was Dychko wobbled by that shot? That was a nice right hand over the top. Yeah, Dychko has lost a lot of steam in his legs. That's a left hook by Franklin. Could this be the pound shop Klitschko Brewster 1, as somebody said earlier on? Now Harvey Dock is getting or giving Dychko a warning for all that leaning on. That's long overdue. Could we see the pound shop Brewster Klitschko 1? Let's see here, because Franklin's landed some nice shots. Swinging for the fences. Oh, nice right hand again from Franklin. And then he hits Dychko with his head. I'm sure that was unintentional, but... So, Dychko's taking the shots well at the moment. I mean, he's lucky Franklin's not a serious puncher, but he is a big man in terms of body mass, and you don't want to take too many of those, especially when you're tired, because eventually you will start getting hurt. Dychko holding on. Left hook from Franklin was partially blocked. Franklin definitely senses something here. I'm sure his corner have told him that Dychko is gassing and that Franklin needs to try and take his opportunity here, take his chance. East Midlands Fight Fan says, what's everyone's scorecard? I got Dychko a mile ahead. I think Franklin needs a knockout to win. This might be the first round that Franklin has won, because I got him winning this round number 8. But everything else has been to Dychko on my card. Bite-sized boxer says Dychko definitely got a leaky gas tank. It looks like it, doesn't it? That's the end of the round there. Nice right hand. That was a real solid right overhand right from Jermaine Franklin, looking at the slow-mo. He got quite a bit of weight into that. It landed on the temple. It's a nice shot. Crack. That was another right hand, and that's the one where he came in and they clashed heads. Franklin actually tried to turn his face away because he realized they were going to clash heads, so there was nothing deliberate there. Thankfully, nobody got caught. Askip says Franklin should have started this a little earlier. The thing is that because Dychko is tired, he's not able to maintain the range as well. So it's allowing Franklin to get close and get these shots off. Do you know what I mean? When Dychko was fresh, Franklin, I'm sure, wanted to do this, but he just couldn't close the distance quick enough. Because Dychko's legs are tired now. He's not been able to move out of the way. Franklin's been able to get some shots off. Get some shots home. Anyway, Dychko trying to be a bit more sprightly here at the start of round 9. 22 seconds in. Oh, counter right hand back from Jermaine Franklin. Dychko trying to feint before throwing the right hand and steps off to the side. Can Jermaine Franklin get something done here? That was the best round he's had in the fight so far in number 8. But at the start of this 9th, Dychko is in control at the minute. Franklin, you can see, trying to get in, but those slow feet are hampering him. Franklin's got pretty decent hand speed, but very, very slow plodding foot speed. Right hand body shot there from Dychko. That's rare. Just like the Klitschko brothers, they didn't throw many body shots, hardly any at all. And that was one of the rare ones from Ivan Dychko a few seconds ago. Dychko might have got his second wind here, I'm not sure. 1:16 left in the 9th. But he looks a little more energized in this round than he did in the 8th. Franklin has a look of frustration on his face. Dychko holds on. Just under a minute left now in round number 9 of this heavyweight 10-rounder. Jab from Dychko. Moves off to his left. Franklin with a left hook on the inside. That was a nice shot. Not enough power on it, obviously, but it was a scoring blow. I don't think anyone could accuse Jermaine Franklin of being a massive puncher. Two guys wrestle on the inside. And Dychko really needs to be careful. He's measuring with the jab, and rather than extending the right hand, he's trying to throw it in a short chopping fashion. But that allows Jermaine Franklin to get his own right hand off or left hook off. So Dychko needs to get some extension on that right hand. Stop throwing it from so close up. That's the end of round number 9. Galaxy Edit says, what did you think of Crocker Donovan? I thought it was an intriguing fight. I thought that Crocker, well, I don't think he did, shock me with his stylistic switch up. I did not expect him to come out boxing on the back foot, moving his head, counter punching. And the most shocked person was Paddy Donovan. I mean, he didn't expect that. It was somewhat reminiscent of the second fight between Carl Frampton and Leo Santa Cruz. When Santa Cruz came out boxing at long range against Frampton second time around and took everybody by surprise. Frampton hadn't planned for that type of fight. Anyway, here we go, round number 10. The final round between Ivan Dychko and Jermaine Franklin. And Franklin needs to get something done here in this final round because I've got Dychko very much ahead in this fight. I think Franklin needs a KO or multiple knockdowns to get a result here. And he looks like he's going for it, but again, those slow feet limit what Jermaine Franklin's able to do. He's throwing plenty of leather. Jason Statham at ringside there. Just under 2 minutes left of this 10-round heavyweight bout. Ivan Dychko, Jermaine Franklin. It's turned into a little bit of a hug fest. Past couple rounds, Dychko has kind of lost his shape, basically, as he's gotten tired. Unable to keep things at long range, and it is difficult for a big man like that to maintain their shape. These are not welterweights. These are not middleweights or even light heavyweights. These are heavyweights and very, very big ones at that. Dychko somewhere around 6'8". For guys this size, you just can't maintain your stance, your boxing form for as long as smaller guys can generally. And Dychko's thrown a fair few shots in this fight. But yeah, he might want to work on that gas tank if it's possible. Because everybody has a limit when it comes to stamina. Some people are going to have naturally better stamina than others, and there's nothing others can do to match them in that department. They can try and bridge the gap to some extent, but they're never going to be able to match the guys who have the best stamina. Who's winning this last round? I got Dychko definitely winning this last round. Hasn't been particularly clean work, but Franklin ain't landed anything. Somebody said down goes Dychko. That'd be surprising. There we go. That's the end of the fight. 10 rounds. Dychko should have won that pretty comfortably. And he says, Bold Vitali 98-92. Yep. I'll go along with that. Isaac says, boring. It wasn't the most scintillating fight, but I'm going to say this. Ivan Dychko did a better job on Jermaine Franklin than AJ or Dylan White did. Isaac says, I heard Franklin took the fight late. That might be true, judging by his condition. Big up Wallace for the super chat. He says, hey mate, do you think Crawford has a 20% or more chance to win by TKO or KO? He's paying $11 and I'm keen. Respect from Australia. Big up Wallace. Has Crawford got a 20% chance or more to win by TKO or KO? I just don't see Crawford winning by stopping Canelo in any other way by cuts. I can't see a scenario where Crawford hurts Canelo and the referee steps in, or Crawford knocks Canelo out. I mean, it's a crazy sport, right? Anything is theoretically possible, but I just think that that's so unlikely that the chance of it happening is just minuscule, negligible. I think if Crawford were to get a stoppage victory, it would be by some cut or something, you know? Bad swelling or what have you. But hey, don't let me discourage you if you've got a hunch or a feeling and you want to take advantage of the odds. That's your decision. But big up Wallace over in Australia. What? What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the hell? What the hell? That is one of the worst robberies I have seen. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? No. You guys know that I very rarely use the word robbery. That was an actual robbery. What in the world was that? What the hell? That is crazy. They gave that fight to Jermaine Isaac says even Franklin knows he didn't win. That was nuts. Oh my God. Franklin looked stunned. He knew he lost that. People, that is one of the worst robberies I've seen. What the hell just happened there? Just like Danny said, man literally got dominated and somehow came out with a decision. What the hell was that? No way. No flipping way. Yo. That has knocked me for 6. What in the world just happened there? Cloud says typical US. What the hell? Is that a sign of things to come? Good God, man. That is absolutely crazy. I'm shocked by that. And there have been some bad decisions or questionable decisions already so far today. I mean, I thought Ishmael Davis beat Kieran Ajako. I thought he beat him by a few rounds. Didn't get the decision. I thought Paddy Donovan deserved it over Lewis Crocker, but Crocker did get some knockdowns. But that right there, Dychko and Franklin, that was an out-and-out robbery. That was an absolute shocker. Seriously. No flipping way. No flipping way. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, brother, worst robbery I've seen since Roy Jones in the Olympics. Team Crawford better petition removal of Tim Cheatham ASAP. Indeed. Like, what the hell was that? That was crazy. And they had it wide too. Yeah. What a bizarre score. Unbelievable. I hope that there's some mix up with the scorecards and somebody's written Franklin on the wrong column or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, Tim Cheatham. Tim Cheatham, exactly. Like, what the hell? It's very rare that I'm speechless. You know that, guys. I'm a chatterbox, but that right there. That's crazy. It needs to be overturned immediately, as Danny said there. Immediately. That was flipping nuts. Shout out to Chili Beef. He says, yes, Hatman. Shout out from Tokyo. I'll be listening while visiting shrines today. Tokyo is a mad place. Thanks for the streams. Big up Chili Beef every time. Foundation. Enjoy Tokyo. Enjoy Japan. And those shrines. I love stuff like that. Going to historical sites and whatnot. Learning about the local history. Old customs. Even folklore. Big up Chili Beef over there in Japan. Living the dream. Another man who feels like he's living the dream right now is Jermaine Franklin, after he just got that incredible gift. So, the scorecards were 96-93, 97-92, and 95-94. All three unanimous for Jermaine Franklin. That is absolutely crazy. The judges were Kermit Bayless. I'm not sure if he's a relative of Kenny Bayless. Chris, what's his name here? Chris Migilore. I think that's how you pronounce the surname. And Don Trella. Don Trella had the most shocking and egregious scorecard of 97-92 in favor of Franklin. What in the world? I'm scrolling through some of his other fights there to see if he has form like this. Because you can look through the fights that a judge has judged on BoxRec. I'm going through to see if I recognize any of these. Unbelievable. Home cooking for the American fighter to an unbelievably egregious extent. That was bizarre. Adrian says, on the way back from Crocodonovan, Hatman, that's 3 robberies tonight. Shaw says, Hatman, what's your prediction for main event? I didn't see a video. I did do a video. I did a live stream a couple of days ago talking about the fight, and I've said countless times in many streams, my prediction is Canelo to win. Since the very beginning, I haven't wavered. I haven't changed my mind. I haven't been on the fence. I got Canelo to win the fight. One way or another, either points or stoppage, I got Canelo winning. I just don't see Crawford coming away with a victory. If he does, nobody will be praising him more than me. Who was supposed to win? Well, Ivan Dychko was supposed to win because he literally won, I want to say, 8 of the 10 rounds in the eyes of most people against Jermaine Franklin. Franklin was desperate in there because he knew he was a mile behind. How on earth they gave that to Jermaine? Honestly, one of the worst robberies I've ever seen. Shocking. Big up Matt for the super chat. He says, bro, what happened to Max Kellerman? Where is the integrity? He is a biased paid shill of Ring Magazine and it's disgusting. Where is your opinion at? A biased paid shill of Ring Magazine. I don't think any of these media guys have ever had much integrity. So they go wherever the money's at. So I'm not shocked or disappointed or anything like that. These guys just want to get paid. So I'm not surprised by any of it. Big up Matt for the super chat. He's obviously not happy with Max Kellerman. Maybe he thought better of Max. Max Kellerman, if you've ever seen him interviewed, always comes across as a bit of a PRICK. He's very, very good in a professional capacity. I think he's a fantastic announcer, presenter, commentator, analyst, great voice, very sharp. So in a professional capacity, I've got nothing but the utmost respect for Max Kellerman. But from the interviews I've seen of him on a personal level, yeah, he comes across as a, like I say, a PRICK. And that's what I've heard about him behind the scenes as well, that he is that way. He's a, not a particularly likable individual. But I do like his his professional work as an analyst. I think he's good. So this next fight now, I guess, is the Christian and Billy fight. I didn't have time to do a graphic for this one, so let me just put the main Canelo Crawford graphic up. So we got the opponent coming to the ring. Very muscular, super middleweight, like him Billy himself. Brandon Adams. Oh, excuse me. No, this is not super middleweight. This is the guy that beat Boachuk the first time. Excuse me. I was thinking this was in Billy's opponent for a second. My bad. Sorry. This is Sergey Boachuk's opponent, Brandon Adams, who beat him several years ago. Get my wires crossed there, people. Forgive me. And when I was watching that, is it Kevin Ajarko or Kieran Ajarko? I think I might say Kieran earlier on. Kevin Ajarko, Ishmael Davis fight. It was a decent scrap, but neither of those guys has anything close to world level ability. It's very much a domestic level. Obviously, Kevin Ajarko's Irish citizen and whatever, but the level of a British domestic fight. That's what that was. And to put it in perspective, Boachuk absolutely destroyed Ishmael Davis. Light work. Brushed him. So that showed the levels, in my view, of an Ishmael Davis. Not even close to world level. Tough guy and all that, but doesn't have the skills, the punch power, etc. to succeed at the upper echelons of 154. It's interesting that they've got this massive ring apron. What's the massive ring apron all about? Is it just to put those advertisements around the edge of the ring? Is that a new safety measure in case somebody gets knocked out of the ring? They've got like a massive ring apron. Never seen a ring apron that big before. Any of you guys notice that? Big up Black Dynamite for the super chat. Oh, excuse me, Super Size Fries for the super chat. It says, why don't you see Crawford winning? I don't see Crawford winning because I think in order to beat Canelo, he's going to have to succeed in fighting his normal fight, which is to engage. And if he engages, I'm going to guess that he's going to get, if not hurt, then intimidated by Canelo's power. And then he'll have to resort to sticking and moving, which he can do. But will they really give him a decision sticking and moving? Even if he deserves it against Canelo Alvarez. I have my doubts. So, any way I look at it, I just see Canelo retaining the undisputed super middleweight title. Okay, Brandon Adams is from Watts. I never realized that. Yeah, that's why I see Canelo winning one way or the other with that power. You know, Terence Crawford likes to engage with you. That's the way he gets things done. I mean, I was watching and I did a film study a few days ago on my Patreon page where I was going through video footage of several Canelo and Terence Crawford fights. And one of the Crawford fights I went through was the fight with Kavaliauskas. Kavaliauskas, strong guy and all that, but he's no Canelo Alvarez. And he gave Terence Crawford all he could handle in the early going in that fight. I'm going to say that while Kavaliauskas might throw more shots than Canelo, I don't think he's any faster, at least not in terms of hand speed. So, while Crawford is more skilled overall than Canelo, like I say, he likes to engage. And I just don't like his chances fighting that kind of fight, you know? But maybe he'll prove me wrong. If he does, then he really is truly great. We shall see in, a couple of hours' time? Big up Super Size Fries. Big up Black Dynamite for the super chat. It says, even Franklin's Corner said go for the KO in the 9th. Yeah, they knew he lost. Anyway, this Boachuk Adams rematch is about to start. Here we go, round number 1. Big up Matt for the super chat. It says, Mean Machine was a middle-of-the-road fighter who was wrong. He had no names on his resume. Was just a journeyman overhyped by Crawford fans. I'm not going to go as far as saying he was a journeyman, but I'm not as high on him as some other people are who really think that Mean Machine is something formidable. He's a fairly rudimentary fighter, strong and all that, and he can hit, but he's no Canelo. And if Kavaliauskas, and some people have argued that Crawford has improved a lot since that Kavaliauskas fight, he'll have need to improve a lot since that fight if he's going to beat Canelo Alvarez or even come close. So we shall see. Big up Matt for the super chat. But yeah, that's one of the reasons, one of the fights that I'm basing my prediction on is the Terence Crawford Kavaliauskas fight. Kavaliauskas, aka Mean Machine. Anyway, here we are. in this first round. Sergey Boachuk, Brendan Adams rematch. Adams a very, very thick set, heavily muscled 154-pounder. Appears to be the shorter of the two in here. And he's really digging to Boachuk's body. Very rarely do you see Sergey Boachuk have to concede ground in a fight because he's such a strong fighter himself. But he's having to concede a little bit of ground here against Adams, who has already beaten him once. Will it be repeat or revenge? What do you guys think? That was a nice right hand back from Boachuk. And this will be a war fought in the center of the ring. Yeah, Brandon Adams definitely hitting that body hard. Nice work with the left hand, right hand from Adams. Beautiful work with the left hand from Adams. He's tripling. But he does this weird thing where he straightens his right arm out when he's throwing the left. And that's a bad idiosyncrasy. You can get caught with a big left hook doing that. But I do like his work with the left hooks and left uppercuts. He threw a triple hook there a few moments ago where he threw a left hook to the body, left hook to the head, then left uppercut. Really nice work. Mike Tyson used to throw them kind of punch sequences, you know, like 3 shots with the same hand, but from a different angle. Real nice shots. A very, very intriguing first round. All action. Fight in a phone booth. That's the end of that session. Beautiful left hook to the body. I'm looking at the slow-mo replay there from Brandon Adams. That looked like a hurtful shot. He got a good angle and then banged it right in to the short rib. Beautiful shot by Brandon Adams. He's definitely bringing the streets of Watts in the ring with him against Sergey Boachuk. So Boachuk was stopped by Adams in the 8th round back in 2021, 4 years ago. That fight was in Puerto Rico. Big up Matt for the super chat. Says Boachuk going to sleep again, Hatman. He's hurt. He certainly got hit by some big shots in that first round, Matt. For sure. Shots which he did not seem to like, especially the body shots. Brandon Adams, rough, tough customer. Adams whipping it. Adams very athletic, whipping them fast hooks in. But weirdly, Adams looks like an MMA fighter, doesn't he? He looks like a UFC fighter in terms of his build and even his shorts. You know what I mean? He looks like an MMA guy rather than a boxing guy somehow. 36 years of age. It's shocking, really, that Brandon Adams lost to Apollo Thompson. Some of you guys may remember that Apollo Thompson, he was knocked out in the first round, or excuse me, second round by Apollo Thompson. I'm looking at his box right here. Apollo Thompson is the guy, I think, who Liam Smith beat for his first world title at 154. Apollo Thompson was just such a random fighter. And he managed to stop Brandon Adams in the second round. All right, Boachuk getting some decent shots off here in round number 2. Fight in the phone booth again. Nice uppercut from Boachuk. I was speaking earlier on about how Boachuk showed levels when he fought Ishmael Davis of the UK. He dealt with Davis comfortably with ease. And Davis obviously just had a slugfest with Kevin Dychko. That's a nice right hand from Boachuk. Better second round here for Boachuk than the first round was for him. Is that some swelling around Brandon Adams' left cheek? Or is he just a high cheekbone guy? Can't tell from this angle. But yeah, definitely a better round here for Boachuk. He does get caught with a few shots here and there, but getting his own back in round number 2. Oh, nice left hook from Boachuk there. Adams comes back with a flurry. That's right, bite-sized boxing. Adams has got that wrestling build. He really does. He's got an MMA build. He looks like an MMA fighter. Nice uppercut there in the slow-mo replay from Boachuk. Shot on the belt there from Brandon Adams with a left hook. Danny says, are Everlast horsehair? It depends on the model of Everlast gloves. Everlast do 2 models that I'm aware of which have horsehair. One are the MX, and the other are the Everlast Elite. Those 2 glove models contain horsehair. And Boachuk is wearing the Elite. So they are horsehair gloves. They have some PVA, is it PVA? I want to say it's PVA padding with horsehair underneath. Anyway, here we are, round number 3, 30 seconds in. Fighting a phone booth once more. What else could it be between these two? Boachuk had a better second round than the first. Adams took the first for me. Boachuk might have taken the second. Let's see who takes this third stanza. Nice left hook to the stomach from Brandon Adams there. Adams really came out very, very hyped in that first round, but that excited energy seems to have left him already. I'm not saying he's gassing, but that initial burst of adrenaline seems to have dissipated for Brandon Adams, and that has allowed Boachuk to work his way into the fight now. Big up Matt for the super chat. He says, they're going to rob Adams anyway, so I don't care anymore. Yeah, we don't need any more controversial decisions. Because that one that we just saw between Ivan Dychko and Jermaine Franklin is honestly one of the worst robberies I've ever seen. Boachuk trying to extend his arms a little bit here. Taking a momentary break from fighting in a phone booth. Now he's back on the inside, looking for those uppercuts and hooks. Pops a jab. Yeah, what do you reckon, guys? Why has Brandon Adams lost that energy he had in the first round? Was it just the excitement of the event which allowed him to have that energy, and now he's used to the environment? He's not so excited anymore. He's just relaxing into normal boxing. It's a bit better here from Adams. The thing is, Brandon Adams, as people are saying, has an explosive build. He's got a build that is built for fast bursts of energy. Boachuk is the opposite. He's a guy who is built for, like a lot of Mexican fighters, not Canelo, but a lot of Mexican fighters, they're built for high punch output and endurance. And so the longer the fight goes, maybe Boachuk's going to start getting on top. Shout out to Matt, he says, not going to lie, John Anik is the best, love him. I guess that's the commentator who I wasn't familiar with. There's a shot on the belt line from, and big up Matt for the super chat, there's a shot on the belt line from Brandon Adams in his very MMA looking shorts. Here we go, round number, what are we on now, 4. Boachuk Adams 2, the rematch. Just a reminder, the first fight was in 2021. Brandon Adams won it by stoppage in the 8th. Boachuk obviously looking to avenge that loss. Boachuk, tough pressure fighter, volume puncher from the Ukraine. He had that very, very good fight with Virgil Ortiz a few fights back. Many people think that he was unfortunate not to get the result. Somebody saying the ring looks massive. Yeah, they've got a huge apron on the ring. I've never seen a ring with such a big apron. I'm not sure what the apron is all about. Does that ring have the ability to actually change its size? Do you know what I mean? Is that where we're at? But even without the apron, yeah, like you say, it does look like a very big ring. Has that been done to assist Terence Crawford? Because there are some people out there who say that Turki Al-Sheikh favors Terence Crawford, that he wants him to win the fight rather than Canelo, maybe because of the previous back and forth between Turki Al-Sheikh and Canelo. Maybe that's why people think that there's that dynamic going on. Just under a minute left in round number 4. Boachuk, Brandon Adams. This has been a very closely contested round. Both guys at this stage are kind of used to each other's moves. So no one is landing that cleanly at the moment. They've gotten used to each other's rhythm. So they're anticipating the punches, half blocking them. They landed in a grazing fashion rather than totally flush. They're in sync now with each other's rhythm. Adams really cranking with them body shots though. That's the end of round number 4. Hard rounds to score because the action is just non-stop, give and take. A shout out to everyone in the live chat. If you could all do me the small courtesy of just sticking a like on this stream, it'll be much appreciated. It really helps with visibility, bumping these streams up in suggested videos and search results. We got 261 concurrent viewers, only 61 likes. If we can get it up to like 120 likes, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you in advance. Pick up everybody locked in, listening to this live commentary. There's Fernando Vargas Jr., a chip off the old block. His dad in tow, looking twice the man he used to be. during his fighting days. Here we go, round number 5. Boachuk and Brandon Adams right back at it at the start of this one. Pause. Adams very, very heavily muscled for a 154-pounder. I thought he was a super middleweight when he first got in. He first was on the way to the ring. I was like, okay, this is Billy's opponent. He's that heavily muscled. And I was like, oh no, it's Brandon Adams. It's Boachuk's nemesis from a few years ago. Big shots there from Boachuk on the inside. Uppercut. Adams comes back. Neither man has been noticeably hurt to the head. I thought that in the first round, Boachuk was uncomfortable under the weight of some of Adams' body shots, though. Bite Size Boxing says Adams has an awkward kind of balance to him. Yeah, he does. Does he have an MMA background? Because it wouldn't surprise me if he does. You know, I mean, he doesn't have classic boxing technique. Nice right hand from Adams. Explosive shot. This is just non-stop punching from both guys. This is crazy. Rolf Stone first says Adams is a mini Carlos Takam. I can see it. Yeah, I can see that. Takam in his prime would throw a ton of punches. Remember when he beat up Derek Chisora for pretty much every round of the fight until he got caught with a big right hand? He was beating the brakes off poor Derek. So I can see that comparison. Although Carlos Takam would switch it up in some fights and actually box on the back foot. But primarily he was a swarmer. I want to say Adams has got the better of this round for me. Round number 5. This is a 10-rounder. Danny says, Boachuk is done. He took way too many shots to the body. We'll see. Boachuk is one of these guys who can suck it up, find that second, third, fourth wind, and come out with renewed vigor for the next round. We'll see if he can do it here. Desperado says this might be a repeat. We shall see. Adams up off his stool early. Here we go. Interesting that the Netflix guys have got Adams up in this fight. This is round 6. They've got him up by some way. Wonder how the judges are scoring it. For me, it's been quite a difficult fight to score, to be honest, because it's just so back and forth. Both guys are answering each other's punches, punch for punch. I noticed Turki Al-Sheikh has changed his clothes there. He was in a t-shirt and jeans earlier on. Now he's in his traditional Arab attire. A slightly slower start to the first minute of round number 6. Punch volume is slightly down from both men, but still throwing plenty. Punch for punch. Boachuk occasionally trying to get some distance and pop some jabs. Adams really investing in that body. Nice left uppercut from Brandon Adams. That was a real nice shot. Boachuk answers with a right hand to the body. Tries to, oh, that was a nice shot to the solar plexus from Brandon Adams. Kind of pushed Boachuk back on his heels. And reeled back there from that shot. Adams' punch is starting to slow up a little bit here. Maybe he's just varying the speed and power on him. Adams' shots are wider. Boachuk's are more compact. But Adams' shots are more explosive. There's more velocity on them, at least some of them. Boachuk looking for the right uppercut there. Yeah, Max Kellerman said no let up. Absolutely no let up from these guys. Nice right hand from Brandon Adams there. Got some extension on that shot. That's the end of round number 6. Shout out to everybody locked in. If you could smash that like button, please. It really helps with the visibility of the stream. Big up everyone locked in. 288 concurrent viewers, only 81 likes. If we can get the likes up to at least 140, 145, it'd be much appreciated. I'd like to keep the concurrent viewers to likes ratio at least 50%. Thank you in advance. Faultline says, thoughts on Moses Itama versus Frank Sanchez? Yeah, some people are saying that that fight could happen because apparently a Jagba has pulled out of the Sanchez rematch, which is kind of baffling because it's a final eliminator. So irrespective of what you're being paid, some people say he pulled out because the purse bid was so low, the winning bid, which was won by PBC, was so low that the Jagba would have stood to get a very small purse. But more important than the purse is the opportunity, because if you beat Sanchez in a rematch and he hasn't looked good for a very long time, and the Jagba's been looking better, then you get an opportunity for the heavyweight title, which will be for serious money. So kind of baffling that a Jagba decided to withdraw from that. But anyway, if Sanchez were to fight Itama, I think it's an interesting matchup. Based on recent form, I'd be heavily favoring Itama. But if Sanchez turns up anywhere close to his best, Itama could be tested. That was a nice left uppercut there from Brandon Adams. Big up Matt for the super chat. He says, Jermaine Franklin fight definitely ain't happening. Yeah, after Franklin got that shocking gift decision there, I'm not sure how that'll be interpreted by Itama's people. Well, how about this for a possibility? What if the reason that he got the gift decision is because they've already lined up the Itama fight? How about that possibility? So it would help Itama from a marketing perspective to be going in there against the Franklin who just got a win. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that happened, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there as an idea. Here we are in round number 7, the final minute of the 7th between Serhii Boachuk and Brandon Adams. This rematch, the Netflix crew have got Brandon Adams in a commanding lead on their scorecard. Big up Matt for the super chat. It says Brandon Adams is winning, but we know Boachuk UD. Big up Matt for the super chat. Big up James Lynch. He says, been a follower since 2018. Will we ever be getting a follow-up to Confessions of a Nightclub Bouncer? Not a follow-up? Oh! Brandon Adams off balance there. I think he just slipped on the canvas. Not a follow-up to Confessions necessarily, but at some point I'd like to redo, and I have a plan to redo Confessions as an audio play, an audio drama, where there'll be like extra scenes and I'll write all of the different voice parts out and act them, because I'm good at doing accents and voices and all that type of stuff. So I'll be playing loads of different characters, and it'll be like an audio version of a movie. When I grew up in the 1980s, there used to be cassette tapes, which were like audio comic books. Spider-Man, Batman, Iron Man, stuff like that. You get like a audio cassette tape, and you put it in your cassette player, and you'd listen to this, like, as I say, audio version of a movie or whatever about Spider-Man. And so I'd like to do that for Confessions of a Nightclub Bouncer. That's been in the planning for a couple of years now, but it's just extremely time consuming to get that done. I have actually started it, you know, in terms of the dialogue and everything that I want to do, because there's a difference between telling you these stories off the top of my head and then turning it into an audio play where I have to come up with actual set dialogue that each of the characters are going to say and all that kind of thing. And there's going to be sound effects and, yeah, literally an audio version of a movie. But shout out to James Lynch for the super chat. We're in round number 8 of Serhii Boachuk, Brandon Adams. This is the round that their first fight ended in. No signs at the moment that it'll end in this round again, although Adams just landed a nice little combination there. Oh, nice right hand from Adams. Did I speak too soon? Body shot from Adams. Is he looking to repeat the victory in the same round? Put them demons back in Boachuk's mind. Shout out to everybody locked in. Big up everyone who's donated via Super Chat as well. James Lynch, Matt Borgerson, Black Dynamite, Supersized Fries, Chili Beef, Wallace. Big up. 48 seconds left in this 8th round between Serhii Boachuk and Brandon Adams. It looks like it will go longer than their first fight. This is a 10-rounder. So, regardless of what the result ends up being, Boachuk has done better than he did the first time, because this is the round he was stopped in. Decent right hand on the inside there from Boachuk. But he hasn't put a dent in Adams in this fight. Adams a very, very strong 154-pounder. That was a nice right hand from Adams there. Oh, another nice right hand. Boachuk rocked back. Fast shots. Oh, big left hook from Brandon Adams. Boachuk kind of showboats there. Sports fan says, did you catch the Franklin Dychko? Wrong decision, but I was glad because Dychko is boring as hell. It was one of the worst robberies I've ever seen in my life. Never mind wrong decision, it was shocking. And that is never, I wasn't glad at all. When you get a shocking decision like that, it can never be good for boxing. That was a scandal, that decision. That was the worst decision of the night. And there have been some questionable decisions. But that decision was an absolute scandal. Fox says, where can I buy the fight? The preliminary bouts are on YouTube. You can watch them for free. And the main bouts, the main 4 bouts, are on Netflix. And most people have Netflix subscriptions. So this is not a pay-per-view affair. If you've got Netflix, and I'm sure you've got, well, you're right here on YouTube, so you can access all the fights as long as you've got Netflix. Faultline says, does that make you want AI boxing judges more? No, because AI boxing judges, at least the way they are at the moment, they don't have the level of discernment of the real human judges in terms of, you know, professional boxing is scored based on who lands the most clean, effective punches. AI doesn't yet have the ability to discern clean, effective punches as well as a competent judge. Anyway, we're here. 1 minute done of, just over a minute done in round number 9. Boachuk Adams. Boachuk has hung in there with a very confident, bullish Adams who's kind of talking to him in there. Who still seems to have the psychological upper hand, doesn't he, Adams, over Boachuk? And he's got that explosive movement in his punches, which Boachuk is lacking. Shout out to Ruz. Yeah, I definitely agree that Jabba have upped their game in terms of punch stats, because they have many different metrics which you can analyze and look at. You know, Brandon Adams actually reminds me a little bit of Curtis Stevens. Milo says Adams has Boachuk's number. It looks like it, doesn't it? Just appears to be the harder puncher and the physically stronger of the two. And certainly the more explosive as well, Adams. That's the end of round 9. 1 more to go. Isaac says, I'm surprised there was no knockdown in this fight. They're 2 very tough guys. Sports fan says, Adams just looks made to beat Boachuk. Don't know if I've seen someone this muscular with a gas tank. Well, James Kirtland had a good gas tank. He was very muscular. Here we go, round number 10. James Kirtland had a terrible chin, though. Shout out to Matt Borgerson for the super chat. He says, where is the crowd energy? Casuals in the stadium. So, Netflix have got Brandon Adams a mile ahead. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be that many people in the stadium at the moment. It's not even close to full. But in the United States, it's kind of like that for a lot of shows where not only do... Oh, big left hook there from Adams. Right hand from Adams. Is Boachuk hurt? Since I'm watching this on YouTube, an advert has come up. Adams really throwing some heavy leather now. Big up. Matt for the super chat. Yeah, in America, a lot of the tickets won't sell until fight week, which is very different from the UK where tickets for big shows tend to sell well in advance. And also, people tend to filter into the stadium or the arena for big American shows much later in the evening than they do for big UK shows where people turn up earlier for the most part. In the States, a lot of people just turn up for specific fights. So they're not worried about watching the undercard fights. They've, paid to watch Canelo. They'll turn up around the time when the Canelo fight is on. That kind of thing. Or maybe a specific fighter on the undercard. So that's probably what that's all about. Real strong finish here from Brandon Adams. Yeah, he knows he's got Boachuk's number. A shout out to Shola for the super chat. He says, this is Crawford's Sugar Ray Leonard moment in my humble opinion. We shall see. Big up Shola for the super chat. Big up a bro from Ireland. He says, no app, not picking up my TV Chromecast, bro, help. These preliminary bouts are on YouTube right now. So if you go to, which channel am I watching this on? If you go to the Ring Magazine YouTube channel, you can watch the preliminary bouts. And if you've got a Netflix subscription, then you can watch the 4 main bouts, which are on later. And if you don't have a Netflix subscription, there are loads of ways and means online. You shouldn't have to look that hard, but I'm sure somebody in the live chat will help you out. But yeah, if you've got a Netflix subscription or somebody... Oh, real strong finish from Brandon Adams, but Boachuk stays the course. Big up my bro from Ireland. Oh, my bad. He says Netflix app not picking up. I missed that. Sorry. Can you download the Netflix on your... Oh, okay. You don't have a Netflix subscription because you're using Chrome. Hang on. See, my Netflix app is not picking up to my Chromecast, bro. Can you watch it on your phone if you've got Netflix on your phone? Mascon says, update your app. Luke says Netflix is working out. So were other people also having issues with Netflix? Okay, you have a Netflix sub. Try it on different devices. Try it on your phone. Let me check my Netflix to make sure mine's working. Since you say yours ain't working. Because remember for the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight, some people had issues because of just the sheer volume of people watching. Are there issues again now? Look at Rick Reno in the ring there looking like an actual GTA character. That guy is something else. All right, so Brandon Adams gets a UD. Can't argue with that. No controversy this time. Yeah, that Rick Reno guy, man. An MMA character. A GTA character, excuse me. A GTA character. All right, the YouTube stream I think is over now. Let me switch over to Netflix. Hopefully it's all copacetic. No issues. Watch live. Yep, seems alright. But there's this annoying thing with Netflix live events where they put these like big intrusive subtitles on screen by default. Don't know why they do that. The subtitles are not down the bottom, they're like right in the middle of the screen. What is that all about? Anyway, I turned them off. But I remember for the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight, I think it was, there was some type of glitch that was happening when you turn or when I would turn the subtitles off. It was somehow messing up the stream. Big up Green Entity for the super chat. It says, this might be an odd question, but what is the typical body structure of European males and females? I'm having a debate with this lady at work. Well, Europe is an entire continent, and Europeans have different phenotypes depending on where they're from in Europe, right? The phenotype that you get in places like Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe is somewhat different to the phenotype in the British Isles, right, generally. And then if you go all the way to the Caucasus, their phenotype is quite different again, generally. There is some overlap, obviously, right, in phenotypes, but generally those guys from the Caucasus, like Chechnya, you know where a lot of those MMA fighters are from, and Artur Beterbiev, their phenotype's quite different, isn't it? So there are different phenotypes, depending on where in Europe you're from. We talked about this before with a lot of Eastern Europeans. A flat back of the head is more common for some reason with Eastern Europeans than it is with Western Europeans. Yeah, you know, the back of the head is completely flat. Northern Europe, I want to say Scandinavians are tall. If you're talking about Scandinavia, I think they tend to be taller than most other Europeans, Scandinavians. And obviously they tend to have a higher percentage of them that have blonde hair and blue eyes, very fair skin and whatnot. If you're comparing, you know, Caucasians overall to other races, well, obviously there's the different hair color, the different eye color, which is kind of unique. I mean, some Asians do have different hair color and eye color, but the majority of humans on Earth have got black or very dark brown hair and brown eyes, right? It's mainly with Caucasians where they have this variety in eye color and hair color and stuff like that. So there's that. I mean, you look at Orientals. Orientals tend to have generally larger heads in proportion to their body. I want to say, from just observing, compared to other races, their heads are slightly larger in proportion to the body, especially when you look at like Filipinos and people like that. Big calf muscles. Whereas black people tend to have what they call a tropical body plan, where the torso of black people generally, and there are some black people that don't fit the description I'm about to tell you, but with black people generally, the torso is short and the limbs are long. Yeah, short torso, long limbs. Whereas with most other races, the torso is a bit longer and the limbs are a little shorter, generally speaking. King says, is the stream lagging for anyone else? Are you talking about my stream or Netflix? Ed Ellaby says, Indians and Bangladeshis aren't Asians. Yes, they are. India and Bangladesh are in Asia. Maybe you're coming from the American perspective where Orientals are called Asians and not Indians, but in Britain, everyone from Asia is referred to as Asian. So that would be Chinese people, Indians, literally everyone in the continent of Asia is referred to as Asian in Britain. But there are far more people from the Indian subcontinent in Britain. So generally when somebody says an Asian person, they're usually referring to someone who's like Pakistani or Indian or whatever. But not exclusively, right? Everyone in Britain knows that China is also in Asia. You know, Indonesia, Philippines is also in Asia. Allegiant Stadium still looking empty at this stage. Big up SSB. Kyle says, I'm one of those blacks with short arms relative to my height and long torso. Yeah, somebody who is built like that, it's unusual proportions for a black person, but somebody who was built like that was the runner, Michael Johnson. Is it Michael Johnson? Why do I think it was Dwayne Johnson? Is it Michael Johnson? No, Dwayne Johnson's The Rock. Michael Johnson, the runner, who had the 200 meter and 400 meter world records for so long. Michael Johnson. He had that. He had like short legs and a long torso, which is very unusual for a black person, particularly an athlete. But he had that kind of build. I never realized Max Kellerman was so short. I always thought of Max Kellerman as being tall. But he's clearly a couple of inches shorter than Andre Ward there. Andre Ward's only about 6 feet. So Max Kellerman's got to be, what, 5'10 tops? 5'9? I never realized he was... Why did I always think Max Kellerman was tall? Pick up my Irish bro for the super chat. He says, I'm off the drink 6 weeks. I love pubs. Is it hazardous to go to pubs when only drinking sodas? Very close to the temptation of pints. What's your view? There's going to be temptation there, but it depends on who you go there with. If you go there with, I don't know, the missus or some calm type people, maybe it's a lot easier. Whereas if you go in there with friends who are going to be drinking themselves, it's going to be hard for you to actually enjoy yourself with them. They're going to encourage you to drink, and when you refuse, they'll be disappointed, and they'll start having conversations among themselves, and you won't be in on the joke so much and all that type of business. That kind of thing doesn't bother me, but it will bother a lot of other people. And by the way, what did you think of, if you saw the fight, the Lewis Crocker, Paddy Donovan rematch? What did you think of it? East Midlands Fight Fan says, Hatman, do you drink? Nope, I haven't had alcohol for 7 years. I no longer engage in alcohol. Big up Green Entity says she's trying to say that Europeans in America pack on a lot of fat and muscle and are pretty stocky. A lot of it is down to diet, and Europeans in America, the most common ancestry among Europeans in America is German. That's actually the most common ancestry. The second most common might be from the British Isles. And the British Isles doesn't just mean Britain, it also means Ireland. Geographically, Ireland is part of the British Isles. It's not part of the nation of Britain. Talking about the Republic of Ireland, it's part of the British Isles. So I think the second most common would be the British Isles, but first most common I think is German. Because American culture is very Germanic. Like European American culture, very, very, very Germanic culture. And at one point, I think the majority of people in America were speaking German at one stage, and then it transitioned to English. Oh, wow. Missed that fight, bro. I was watching Lord of the Rings. Damn. I thought you would have tuned in for the Irish world title fight. It was a good fight. Knockdowns, drama, surprises. Lewis Crocker totally switched up his style. Shout out to Carlton Palmer. Danny says, I didn't watch it either. Wasn't interested in Eddie's card. The main event was actually pretty decent. As I say, Lewis Crocker, Paddy Donovan rematch was a good fight. Don't start that stuff with the British Isles stuff, bro. The Irish state does not even use that phrase in its constitution. I'm sure it doesn't. But just from a strictly geographical perspective, it's technically part of the British Isles. But I understand in Ireland that's not going to go down very well, is it? Given the history. Speed says, did Franklin look any good? Franklin looked terrible, and he was beaten soundly and got an absolute shocking gift. Like, there wasn't even one fraction of my being that even considered the possibility that after watching those 10 rounds that Franklin would get the decision. I thought it was inevitable that Dychko was going to get a wide win on the cards. Everyone thought that. So Franklin looked poor. Dychko looked fairly good for the first half of the fight. Second half of the fight, he kind of gassed a little bit, but he still won enough rounds in the second half to win the fight comfortably. But somehow they gave it to Franklin wide. One of the judges had it, was it 97 to 93 or whatever it was? Crazy. Crazy. Like, Franklin lost badly, but somehow they gave it to him. It was shocking. You got Matthew Paris. He says, locked on from Barbados once again. Hatman, I've been watching your videos for a while. I enjoy listening to your commentary. Big up the Bayesian crew. You got the Bridgetown Massive. Might get myself over to Barbados again sometime in the not too distant future. Barbados does have incredible beaches. Carlton Palmer says Dychko is pretty good though. I was quite impressed by Dychko. The only real issue I had was that he seemed to gas a bit in the second half of the fight. But through the first half of the fight, he looked good. Faultline says, are you a weed smoker? No, I don't smoke, don't drink. I drink water. I barely even drink fruit juice. Fernie Jesus Hatman, how do you figure Canelo was once rocked by Cotto and seemingly never again in his career, even by significantly harder punches? Because he was only like 18 at the time, right? He was a kid. So he was still, his brain and body was still getting used to taking shots. I remember that against Miguel Cotto's brother. That was on the undercard of Mayweather versus Shane Mosley. And that was the first time I saw Canelo. Well, to this point, the only Arab boxer I've ever seen that was, an impressive talent is Prince Nassim. And obviously he was born and raised in the UK, but, of Arab descent. Other than that, the Yafai brothers are Arabs. Are they, I've never been impressed by them. It's only Prince Nassim. Indeed, Danny says, Yalla Habibi. Because it's not really, boxing is not part of their culture. So it may take many years before we start seeing some proper talent out of that part of the world. Oh yeah, Kid Galahad, he was an Arab as well. Yeah, he's an Arab. Is he from Qatar? His family, Kid Galahad? I think he's Qatari. Yeah, I know Yafai was a gold medalist, but as a pro, I haven't been impressed by any of the Yafai brothers. I think they're Yemeni, aren't they? Are they Yemeni and it's Galahad that's Qatari? Or is it the other way around? Yeah, because most of the Arab talent is going to be born and raised still in the West, where there's a boxing culture. In those rich Arabs, those Gulf states, there isn't really a sporting culture. Obesity is a huge problem in those Gulf states. Some of the most obese people I've ever seen in my life were Arabs when I was living in the Middle East. Like, crazy. Young as well. You'd see like young guys in their teens and 20s who are just massive, like the size of Big Pun. Yeah, more than Americans, Kyle. More than Americans. Crazy. It's not just the shawarmas, it's all the sweets. They eat all these different Arab sweets, pastries, and they have this thing called halwa, and just constant fizzy drinks loaded up with all kind of sugar. Yeah. The obesity is crazy out there. Yeah, that's right. They also have a night eating culture. That's true. They also all eat at night, sugary tea. That's right. Yeah, they load up their tea and coffee with like crazy amounts of sugar. That's right. The obesity is insane out there, bro. I'm telling you, it's insane. I think it's a symptom of them coming into wealth in a relatively short space of time. Do you know what I mean? Because they've basically gone from being like goat herders and stuff like that, a lot of their families, not all of them, but because some of them have always been merchants and business people, but a lot of them have gone from being like goat herders and fishermen and peasants basically because of oil, then having this opulent lifestyle with massive amounts of disposable income. They've gone from that one extreme to the other in less than a century. Do you know what I mean? And I think they're just yes, the very fast wealth that they've acquired has kind of gone to their heads a little bit. They don't know how to handle it. Exactly as Danny said there. They've gone from walking miles in the desert to stationary, driving around in enormous SUVs, air-conditioned houses. Do you know what I mean? They've gone from like one extreme to the other in less than a century. So Alakel, the Saudi fighter against... Is this guy really called Crawford? Okay. Danny says, why is Abel Sanchez with all these Saudi fighters as Turkey paid him to coach them? Maybe he has. Bear in mind, Joe Gallagher's got the C word, hasn't he? So maybe he's preoccupied with trying to fight that battle. And they needed somebody else to come in, perhaps. All right, peeps, I'm going to take a little intermission here. Let me just switch up the visuals while I go on intermission. I'll be back in a few ticks. Hold tight. All right, peeps, I'm back. Yeah, I had to skip that fight entirely with the Saudi kid because he can't crack an egg. Couldn't bust a grape. Had to skip that fight. Let's see who's in the live chat still. Shout out to everybody locked in. Shout out to Ben Odom. Yeah, there was no technical issues. I just thought, I can't watch this fight. Let me go make an omelette, which is what I went to do. Went to go make an omelette, watched a little bit of YouTube, looked at some box rec, and I've come back. Because that fight was like watching paint dry. That's right, Jay. You better watch out, dreadlocks. You better watch out. That's a crazy comment by Vegetable's wife. That one has definitely cracked me up. Especially the final line. And who's to say they're wrong? That's crazy. That's right, Gaming Nerd. The only people KO'd are the ones that are now asleep, yeah. Andy Ruiz in attendance with his son. I saw some little face-off of Andy Ruiz and Deontay Wilder. Are they gonna get it cracking? Yeah, I saw them square off. Surely Andy Ruiz has got a lot more left than Deontay Wilder. Surely he'd win that. SSB says, were tickets expensive for this event? I've got no idea, actually. Normally, when you have a stadium fight, the tickets are a little cheaper, or there are more cheap tickets available, should I say, because there are so many seats. But given the enormous purses that these guys are being paid, obviously the Saudis are bankrolling it all, they do want to make some of their money back. Turkey Al-Sheikh made that very clear. So I've got no idea. Does anybody in the live chat have any idea what the ticket prices were like for this event? Faultline says, do you think Crawford will gas if the fight goes late with the added muscle? I don't think so, unless he's getting hit with damaging shots. So I don't think the muscle will bother Crawford as much as the damaging effect of Canelo's punches. Because bear in mind, when Crawford fights at 147, he's probably close to 168 in the ring anyway. Do you know what I mean? So he's turned up for the weigh-in at around the weight he'd be at in the ring for a welterweight fight. So he might be overestimating how much muscle Crawford's actually put on. He's put some muscle on, clearly, but I don't think it's, or it might not be as much as people are making it out to be. All right, Christian and Billy up next. And Billy's always good value. And I have to say, this Netflix stream has been great. And the picture quality, any of you guys see this as well? The picture quality on Netflix streams is better than DAZN streams. They're not running this at as high a bit rate as they were for the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight. That was even higher quality than this in terms of picture quality. But I think it was too high quality, right? This one is a slightly, to my eyes anyway, appears to be a slightly lower bit rate than the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson show, but still looks better quality than DAZN. Jay says tickets started at around $250. Ben Odom says, historically, has Crawford been a weight bully? I don't think so. No more than anybody else, because as a welterweight, he was a pretty standard size. Most of the other welterweights were his size or bigger, so I don't think so. Adam Jones says, Lewis Crocker, easy fodder for a unification fight. What's your thoughts, Hatman? My thoughts are that Conor Benn, instead of this silly foray into the middleweight division fighting Chris Eubank Jr., he should have forgot about all that, stayed at welterweight, and fought for the title, because the division is weak. Conor Benn's never going to get a better opportunity to become a world champion. And these Eubank Jr. fights are damaging him. Not just in terms of the punishment he takes, but also coming back down in weight after going up to 160. You know, historically, not all fighters, but a lot of fighters have suffered when they've done that. And they talk about legacy with Eubank and Ben, but the legacy that's going to matter more than the names of their dads will be world titles won in the grand scheme of things. And like I say, Conor Benn had an opportunity there to take advantage of how weak the welterweight division is and pick up some legitimate titles against the likes of maybe Lewis Crocker, right? Who's the Mexican world champion? I always forget his name. The one that just beat Pacquiao controversially. What's his name again? Why have I forgotten his name? Barrios, excuse me, Mario Barrios. Conor Benn has got a good chance against the Barrios. Do you know what I mean? Good chance against a Lewis Crocker. He's messing about with this Eubank thing. So that's my thoughts on it. I know slightly different to what you asked, but yeah, that's my thoughts on it, man. Conor Benn messing about. Yeah, I do like this Netflix picture quality. Nice and crispy and very smooth. I really hope we get more fights and more boxing shows on Netflix as opposed to DAZN. Because DAZN always claimed that they were going to be the Netflix of sport and have turned out to be nothing of the sort. So it'd be good to see Netflix themselves continue to show how it's actually supposed to be done. FV says, who you got, Crawford or Hearns? That's a really interesting fight. I'd probably lean towards Hearns. If he's at 147, I'd probably lean towards Hearns, but not by much. At 154, Hearns firmly, or middleweight, completely Hearns, but Hearns wasn't the best version of himself at 147. He was still a little awkward looking. 154, I think, was his best weight class. Yeah, I think that's a bit over the top, Buddha Jesus, to say that Crawford's resume is abysmal for someone in pound-for-pound conversation. I think that's over the top. That's over the top. Crawford's resume is not that bad. He beat the best guys that are around in his divisions that he's been in. Were they the strongest eras? No, they weren't, but that's not his fault. He just beat the best guys that are around at the time. And some of them were solid fighters. He took the unbeaten record of Yuriorkis Gamboa. That was a good win at the time. Beat Ricky Burns, who was a solid world champion. Nothing spectacular, but he was solid. He beat Victor Postal. I think he took his unbeaten record, correct me if I'm wrong. So he had some solid wins. Now, Gamboa definitely was never Inoue sized. Like, behave. Gamboa was never Inoue sized. He was short, but he was naturally much more thick set than Inoue. Thomas Delorme was pretty poor, though. Yeah, he beat Delorme, but Delorme was no great shakes. But yeah, Crawford beat some solid fighters. Was it a relatively weak era at 135 and 140? Yeah, it was. But you can only beat who's around during your time. Do you know what I mean? And that's what he did. And when he was at 147, those PBC guys froze him out. He tried to fight him, but Al Heyman didn't want him to beat his guys until the very end when he eventually got that Errol Spence fight. And he had to sign with PBC, didn't he, to get the fight? Chief Wiggum says Netflix might branch out into sports. Well, they do stream quite a few sports now. They put the occasional NFL game on Netflix. I've seen several NFL games, live NFL games on Netflix. They've obviously put several of Jake Paul's fights? At least one of Jake Paul's fights with Mike Tyson. Anyway, we've got this Christian and Billy fight about to happen. The opponent is in the ring. Salute to Hamed. Wensheng says he's got Lester Martinez over in Billy. We shall see. I haven't actually seen Lester Martinez fight before, so I'll be interested. I know he's an unbeaten fighter. The arena's kind of, well, the stadium, should I say, is filling up a little bit now. Has Christian and Billy brought any of his fans down from Canada? Normally fights north of the border in Canada there. Yeah, 2 unbeaten fighters. And Billy 29-0. Lester Martinez 19-0. From Guatemala, of all places. You don't get many fighters coming out of Guatemala. What is Guatemala known for? Like Coffee beans? Danny says, and Billy by UD. Hammer says, Lester Martinez has been highly touted on Pro Box. Josh Campbell says, and Billy has a bit of a square Minecraft body and head shape. We got Mama in the chat. What's good? Need to join the Element group. If you're on Patreon, message me on Patreon. We got Mima. Just DM me on Patreon. I'll definitely check. Adam Jones, please stop spamming the chat with the same comment over and over. Please don't do that. Yeah, I think you're going overboard, Buddha Jesus. I don't think Crawford's resume is as bad as... Okay, Adam Jones, I'm just going to block you now. Answer the question. How about you, if you want me to guarantee you answer your questions, how about you actually donate some money? How about that? So it's just acting like I'm supposed to answer all your questions. Who are you for me to have to be obligated to answer all your questions? You think I work for you? John says Leicester is winning this. Yeah, I'm intrigued because, you know, there's a few of you picking him to win. I've never seen him before. Again, you don't see many fighters coming out of Guatemala. So let's see what he's got. And he says Leicester beat some good amateurs. Okay. And Billy is usually good value for money. So, you know, whether he's fighting somebody decent like Derevyanchenko or whether he's fighting a pie, because of his style and his approach, we usually get some entertainment out of it. We'll see whether that holds true here against the Guatemalan, Lester Martinez. Let's have a look. Looks quite impressive, doesn't it, that stadium? Everyone's got their... What are those lights? Are those people's phones? Here we go, round one, and Billy versus Lester Martinez. And Billy out on the front foot. What else would you expect? Jab into head and body, looking to get in close. I noticed that Billy showed improved punch economy in his last fight. It didn't last very long, that fight, but he wasn't throwing as many... He wasn't wasting as many shots, should I say, in his last fight. He looks quite excited here, Christian and Billy. Oh, nice right hand from Christian and Billy there. Oh, and Billy gets caught with a big left hand. That was a nice shot there from Lester Martinez. Martinez looks very calm and relaxed in the pocket. And Billy's fired up as usual. Martinez looking relaxed. Yeah, and Billy is blood and guts, isn't he? But Martinez has a relaxed look about him. He's got that rat tail, like a lot of the Argentine fighters have. Obviously, he's from Guatemala, but they grow that little rat tail at the back there. The Guatemalan flag's actually almost identical to the Argentinian flag. Slightly different, but same colors. Nice left hand there from Christian and Billy. Martinez has got a powerful look about him as well. Big shoulders on him. Nice right hand from Mbili. This is shaping up already to be an entertaining scrap. Martinez looks quite big. You know, he's got like a large head, big shoulders. Went for a left hook there. Oh, nice right hand from Martinez. For a second there, I thought Mbili was a little buzzed. But he continues to plow forward. Some decent counters going in here from Lester Martinez. Combination to the body from Mbili, right hand upstairs. Martinez with a left uppercut. Yeah, Martinez is definitely competent at the very least. Oh, nice right hand from Mbili though. But Martinez has come for war. Somehow there's something a little bit reminiscent in Martinez about Dave Allen. Anyone else think he looks a little bit like Dave Allen? Yeah, that was a nice opening round. Both guys got their shots in. He's like, yeah, Connor Williams can see it. He looks like a little bit like Dave Allen. Like a Guatemalan mini version of Dave Allen. Mark Ramsey issuing the instructions in the corner there for Christian and Billy. What's the rat tail about? I'm not sure, but a lot of, like I say, Argentine fighters have got that rat tail thing going on. Marcus Maidana used to have it. Lucas Matisse. Maybe they're similar in Guatemala. I don't know. Anyway, here we go. Round two. Christian and Billy versus Lester Martinez. The first round was a good one. Let's see how this second round shapes up. Martinez with the counter punches. And Billy leading off. And Billy back to the swarming style. Not picking the shot so much. Because in his last fight, he was more economical. But here he's just, like I say, back to his old self, swarming all over Lester Martinez, not really picking the shots, just trying to overwhelm him with volume. But that's a nice jab there by Lester Martinez and some nice uppercuts. I like the accuracy and the cleanness of Martinez's work a bit better than Billy's work at the moment. Oh, nice right hand from the Guatemalan Dave Allen. Left uppercut. That's right, Aquafront. Martinez is more cultured in his work. And he's got a strong look about him. Big up East Midlands Fight Fan for the super chat. Oh, good uppercut from Martinez. Nice shots. Martinez actually looks like Dave Allen in the face, bro. He looks like Dave Allen in the face. That's right, Danny. We've had Bold Vitali, Mini Takam, and Guatemalan Allen. And that rat tail he's got there is not like in the middle of the back of his head, if you know what I mean. It's like off to one side. It looks really weird. Decent uppercut there from Martinez. Galaxy Edit says, Netflix stream isn't laggy at all. Surprising. I'm not surprised because they were always going to get it right. Do you know what I mean? Teething problems the first time they streamed a big boxing event. Not so, I mean, it's to be expected, really. But they've tweaked, I want to say, their bit rate that they're streaming at for these live events. And this is buttery smooth. You really should expect, I mean, a company of that size that specializes in streaming to know how to get it right, and it seems they've done so here, which is good. It's noticeably, to my eyes, better quality than a DAZN stream. Like the picture quality is better, nice and smooth. Faultline says Dave Guata Allen. D-Man says their engineers would have been under the hammer. Coming from a similar background, I know how it is. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Kyle is peed off by the rat tail. It is a weird one. It's not in the center of the back of his neck. Do you know what I mean? It's like off at one side somehow. It's weird. Anyway, here we go, round number 3. Christian and Billy swarming forward. Lester Martinez countering. Got a powerful look about him. Nice uppercuts in particular for Martinez, especially with the left hand. But that's a good combination there from Christian and Billy. It's quality versus quantity. The quality is with Martinez, the quantity is with Christian and Billy. This fight could be an attritional battle. He really likes that left uppercut, Lester Martinez. And that's one of my favorite shots, personally, that I used to like to throw when I was boxing. And even now when I train, I love the left uppercut on the aqua bag. Always like to see people throw that shot. There it is again. Seems like a natural shot for Lester Martinez. You know, a punch that comes naturally to him. By the looks of it is the left uppercut. Hasn't been as maybe accurate with the counters so far in this round as he was in the previous rounds. Although that was a nice left uppercut there though, catching and Billy coming in. Pushes and Billy off, tries to get some space and goes with the right uppercut. This is almost like the Boachuk fight all over again. Fight in a phone booth. Nice right hand from Lester Martinez on the side of Billy's head. And Billy looking for the left hook. And Billy's one of these guys who really trades on his fitness. Because he's not actually a massive puncher, and Billy. He's got decent power, but he's not any kind of monstrous one-punch guy. He overwhelms you with just work rate. Oh, there's a nice shot from Lester Martinez. And Billy talking to Martinez in there. Martinez goes with a left hook to the body. Gets caught with a left hook to the head himself. Uppercut from Martinez. Flurry back from Billy. It's a good fight, folks. With either of these men end up being hurt, dropped, or even stopped in this fight. Nice uppercut from Lester Martinez. Very good fight so far. Double left hook from Christian and Billy. Martinez shakes his head, says it doesn't hurt me. But he backs up to the ropes, and Billy comes in, gets caught with a right hand on the way in. There's a flurry there from Christian and Billy to the body. Fast shots. That's the end of round number 3. You guys enjoying this one? Danny says both need to focus to the body. Gaming Nerd says 100k KO bonus, I heard. Is that right? Apex Bossman says pillows are flying. Well, we'll see. Those punches might not feel so pillowy after a few rounds of this. Pick up Anthony YouTube. Carlton Palmer says this ain't going the distance. Chief Nkosi says, and Billy is already showing signs of being discouraged by the resistance. Well, he did go the distance with Derevyanchenko, right? And he managed to win that one. Anyway, here we go. Round number 4. Christian and Billy, Lester Martinez. Let's see how this shakes out. Oh, beautiful right hand there by Lester Martinez. Right uppercut. Beautiful shot, landed clean. So, the Netflix guys have gotten Billy winning the first 2 rounds and Martinez winning the last one. That's interesting. Or did I read that wrong? The graphic just flashed up on screen very briefly. Those uppercuts from Martinez are becoming more and more of a factor. There's the right uppercut again. He was landing more left uppercuts earlier on. Now he switched to the right. And those are the shots against Billy as he comes boring in. Left hook to the body from Martinez. Gets clipped with a left hook upstairs from Billy. Another left uppercut from Martinez. Definitely landed the cleaner shots. This is a Martinez round up to this point. That was a nice right hand from Billy there. But Martinez landed the more eye-catching shots, the more solid shots. Walking Billy onto them. It's quality trumping quantity so far for me. And Billy's in the mode right now where he's just punching before he even thinks. You know what I mean? He needs to do a bit more thinking before he punches. Right now he's just punching before thinking. A flurry there from Billy. If Lester Martinez is still landing those uppercuts in the second half of this fight, and we're nearly in the second half, right? Round 5 is next. It's only a 10-rounder. And since this is for an interim title, why is it only 10 rounds? Was that Dana White's doing? Interim title fight should be 12 rounds. Maybe that's why Billy's fighting at such a frenetic pace. I mean, he always fights at a high pace, but this is high even for him. Maybe it's because it's a 10-rounder rather than a 12-rounder. That's a nice right hand there from Billy. That's the best punch he's landed in a while. Right at the back end of round 4. Yeah, this fight is for the WBC Interim World Super Middleweight title. So why on earth it's for 10 rounds? I've never seen that before. That's bizarre. I've got no proof of this, but I'm going to guess it's because of Dana White, because he said he wanted to change the format of boxing. Is this an example of it? I'm looking at the slow-mo replay now. That was a very nice right hand that Billy landed right before the bell. Beautiful right hand. I do like the slick Netflix graphics as well. The production is very nice. Here we go, round number 5. Yeah, Martinez trying to hold his ground a bit here because he has been getting pushed back for the most part. He's been happy to counter, but here he's trying to hold his ground in the middle of the ring a little bit. Has he been told by his corner that he needs to do that after getting caught with a shot on the ropes in the back end of the previous round? Uppercut there from Billy. Martinez comes back with his own uppercuts. And Billy is starting to block some of those uppercuts a little bit, though. Oh, saying that, he just got caught with one himself, but delivered one back in return. Nice right hand from Billy. Trying to impose his will on the Guatemalan, Lester Martinez. And yeah, there has been maybe not enough body punching, as Danny said earlier on, from both of these guys. They might do well to target the body a bit more. There's been some body punching, but maybe not enough. Both headhunting overwhelmingly. The pace slowing a little bit as we head into the final minute of round number 5. When I say slowing a little bit, it's still a high pace. But compared to what they were fighting at a couple of rounds back, even earlier on in this round. Going to be very interested to see how the judges score this fight, because again, it's so back and forth. Literally punch for punch. That's a nice right hand from Billy. Martinez comes back with his own shots. Just over 30 seconds left in round number 5. After this, we're into the second half of this, curiously, only 10-round interim WBC super middleweight title bout. Should be a 12-rounder. Again, Billy backs Martinez to the ropes. Lands a little right hand over the top. Martinez comes back with a left uppercut. Double left hook from Billy was partially blocked by Martinez. They jab it out. There's the bell for the end of round 5. Big up Toro TV. Yeah, these rounds are flying by, Ben Oldham. They really are flying by. Anthony YouTube, yes, I did see the face-off between Wilder and Ruiz. It was quite funny. Yeah, I agree with Clement. Difficult to score these rounds because it's punch for punch, you know? It is difficult to score. Brandon says both guys have no power. Yeah, they're definitely not one-punch merchants, are they? That's right, Black Dynamite. The graphics are real nice, real slick. Anyway, here we go, round number 6. Christian and Billy Lester Martinez. WBC World Super Middleweight Interim Title Bout. Scheduled for 10. We're into the second half now. And Billy's been swarming all over Lester Martinez. Martinez has been hitting him with some nice counters. It's a classic battle of quality versus quantity. Not that Martinez hasn't been throwing plenty of shots. He has, but... And Billy's been throwing a ridiculous amount of shots. As he typically does. But neither guy has put a perceptible dent in the other as far as a headshot so far. And so some people are coming to the conclusion that we've got two feather-fisted guys here. Combination from Billy. Martinez comes back. But yeah, oh, nice uppercut from Martinez with the right. And Billy comes back with his own uppercut. It's punch for punch. In terms of landed. It's not punch for punch in terms of thrown, because and Billy has thrown a lot more. But in terms of like solid connections, it's basically punch for punch. Nice shots there from Lester Martinez. Looking for that left uppercut, and Billy moving his head on the inside so he doesn't. Ooh, nice right hand there from Martinez. And Billy dropped his left and got clubbed with another right there. And Billy's one of these guys who must be an absolute machine when it comes to cardio in the gym. Like this guy clearly, you know, when he's on the rowing machine or the exercise bike or any of those bits of equipment, the treadmill, this guy's obviously an absolute flipping machine. Because the pace that he fights at is crazy. He's like a cardio king. Not my favorite kind of fighter. I prefer fighters that hit more solidly, you know, and they throw a decent amount, but they go for quality over this pure quantity. There's the end of round number 6. Polka says, neither guy is feather-fisted. They are tough and get KOs by accumulation. Crip Talk says, hello, Hatman, just joined. Did you catch Donovan versus Crocker? Yes, I did. It was an intriguing fight. Crocker shocked pretty much everybody, certainly me, with his total switch up in style and tactics. I didn't expect that. I thought that Donovan probably did enough to get the decision, but they gave it to Crocker. Clement says, and Billy's style is a little bit like Iran Barkley's, isn't it? A little bit, but Iran Barkley was a bigger one-punch guy. Iran Barkley had a legit one-punch knockout left hook. And Billy doesn't really have that kind of power. Again, not to say that I agree that he's feather-fisted, but you don't have that triple A punch, or A-star punch, however you want to describe it, that Barkley had with a left hook. Anyway, here we are in round number 7. Both these guys still swinging away. Right hand through the middle from Billy. It is very tough to score. Very, very tough to score. And because it's so tough to score, I'm not going to be arguing with anyone's scorecards. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't know who to score a lot of these rounds too. Double left hook from Billy was partially blocked. If this was for a world title proper, or if these two were both world champions, this would probably be the first fight of a trilogy. Do you know what I mean? Because the styles gel very well. Very little holding. Both guys are letting the shots go. There's no running. Nice combination from Mbili. Lester Martinez pushes him off, tries to get some space. Nice little combination there from Lester Martinez, who looks like he wants to try and do a little bit of work at mid-range. But Billy is just closing him down quick. Martinez is having to shove him off to get the space. Shoves him off again there. Billy the cardio king. I'm telling you, this is the kind of guy who's a beast on every single bit of cardio equipment in the gym. Some little bit of reckless use of the head there from Martinez. Yeah, he's getting quite blatant actually with the head there. He gets a warning from the referee, yeah. He's doing that to try and intimidate. Oh, that was a nice left hook from Martinez, intimidating Billy from coming in. Like, yeah, if you come in so aggressively, I'm just going to stick my head in your face. That's the end of the round there anyway. Black Dynamite says, is there a drop between the ring and the floor? Yeah, there's a several foot drop. Chief Nkosi says, why do these rounds seem so short? Because the action is so intense. Yep, I agree with Muraz, man. I don't envy the judges. Trying to separate these two is techie. So Jimmy says, oh, people forget that if Canelo lands, it's over, but will or can he? So there was an interesting interview, and it's round number 8, by the way, and Billy Martinez. So Skipper, the Netflix scorecard guy, has gotten Billy up. Anyway, there was an interesting interview with Amir Khan. He's obviously fought both Canelo and Terence Crawford. And he said he found Canelo much easier to hit than Crawford. He said he felt like he could hit Canelo almost at will. Oh! And Billy appeared to be rocked there momentarily by a right hand from Martinez. But yeah, Khan said that he felt like he could hit Canelo almost at will, whereas he had to work for the openings a lot more against Terence Crawford. So Crawford's very fluid and twitchy and adjusts his feet all the time and steps just slightly out of range, and he messes you around, and it makes it more difficult to land. Will Canelo find it difficult to land? That's the question. How well will he adjust to Crawford's rhythm? Because a lot of boxing is about being able to read a fighter's rhythm. If you can catch on to his rhythm, that's half the battle won. And Canelo's seen a lot of different rhythms. Just over a minute left in round number 8, and Billy Martinez. It has been frenetic action, literally non-stop. I think it's fair to say that whatever shortcomings both of these guys may have, A poor gas tank is not one of them. Yeah. Particularly with Billy. Nobody could accuse Billy of having a dodgy gas tank. Billy still working extremely hard here in the 8th. Getting caught with counters and uppercuts and all sorts of stuff. But he just punches and punches and punches. Gets caught with a beautiful right hand there from Martinez and an uppercut. Nice punch picking from Martinez off the ropes. And Billy just forces himself forward. Keeps slugging away. Another uppercut. Another beautiful right hand there from Martinez. That's the end of the 8th. That was a hell of a round. That was a hell of a round. Now, I don't think the Canelo fight's next. I think there's... Let me see which fights are next. Just seeing some slow-mo. Martinez landed some shots on Billy. And Billy landed his own shot there, right hand. So Callum Walsh versus Fernando Vargas, I think, is next. And then it will be Canelo Crawford. Stadium looking pretty full now. Just a couple of fights away from the main event, round 9. About to start between Christian and Billy and Lester Martinez. Here we go. The Netflix guys have got Billy up by 2 rounds. As I said earlier on, I literally couldn't argue anyone's scorecard at this stage because these rounds are so hard to score. It's tit for tat. Oh, nice right hand from Martinez though. Real nice right hand. And I'm like, at some point, thinking surely someone's going to get hurt. And will it be Billy? Because he's getting caught more clean here. That's a nice left hook. Nice combination there from Lester Martinez. Martinez has got by far the slicker work, you know? The more precise punching and just the more cultured, as somebody said earlier on, combinations. And Billy is just work rate. There isn't much. Oh, nice shot again from Martinez. Beautiful shots. Max Kellerman thinks Billy looked wobbled. But, you know, a guy like Billy... Oh, nice. Oh, Billy gets caught with a big right hand again. Nice shots from Martinez. This is a real good round for Martinez, by the way. But Billy is just such a cardio beast that he can recover quickly. Do you know what I mean? This is the kind of guy that pushes his body beyond the limit in terms of cardio every time he steps in the gym. So his blood vessels almost bursting. And guys like that tend to be able to recover real fast. But he's getting caught with big shots there from Martinez. The cardio king, Christian and Billy. This has been a good round for Martinez. And Billy's tried to come back in the final minute. But for me, Martinez has done the better work in this round. Nice left uppercut again from Martinez. Martinez must be wondering, though, what do I have to hit this guy with to discourage him from going forward? He tried using his head a couple rounds back. And Billy's up in the pace. Can you imagine? We're here at round 9. He's thrown God knows how many punches, and he's up in the pace. Crazy. And Billy fights like a man possessed. Just looking at some slow-mo here. Nice shots from Martinez. Morrisman says, Billy is not normal, man. Yeah, he's not. The amount of shots he throws is bizarre. Canelo getting his hands wrapped behind the scenes there. Big cheer goes up. And by the way, you know, people said that Canelo looked old. Even to me, his body kind of looked old against William Skull. But his body didn't look old at the weigh-in, did it? For the Terence Crawford fight, I just don't think Canelo is that motivated for certain fights. Do you know what I mean? He's always a professional. He never comes in fat, but the intensity with which he trains, I think, does differ depending on the opponent, because certain opponents are just going to get you more up for it and allow you to train with a higher degree of intensity. And I think that Crawford, because of the magnitude of the event and what's at stake, has allowed Canelo to train more intensely. And I think he'll look a lot more sprightly than he did against William Skull. Oh, good right hand from Martinez there. Oh, uppercut from Martinez. These past 2 rounds. Oh, another shot from Martinez. That's a real good shot. Surely and Billy must be rocked. God, you're half expecting him, Billy, to go down from some of these punches because they're catching him so clean. These past 2 rounds, the accuracy from Martinez is really coming through. Another beautiful right hand from Martinez. Another right hand from Martinez. And Billy with an uppercut. And Billy with a right hand. Crazy work rate. Skipper for Netflix has got and Billy up by a round. So if he gives this one to Martinez, he's got it a draw. That's the Netflix judge. And I've definitely got Martinez winning this round so far, and I had him winning the last round. I haven't been scoring every round. It's been so difficult. But these last 2 rounds have been quite clear to me, Martinez rounds. Oh, that was a good right hand from Billy, though. Landed on Martinez's eye. Yeah, Martinez must be thinking, this Billy guy is literally crazy. Who the hell fights like this? Left hook from Billy. Oh dear. Clubbers. Oh, and Billy gets clobbered. Comes back with it. This is a hell of a fight, folks. Combination from Martinez. They might have to run this back at some point. Oh, great shot from Martinez. What a crazy exchange at the end. Yo, that fight probably took 5 years off in Billy's career. That was crazy, bro. And Billy's an actual madman. He is an actual madman. Yeah. Kofi says that was a mad fight. That was a mad fight. Because Billy's mad. Indeed, Staffordshire Bull Terrier. Shame it wasn't 12 rounds. Should have been 12. It was mad at the end. Mighty Mouse says, Hatman only seeing one guy landing. No, I saw both guys landing, but Martinez was landing by far the better quality shots in those final 2 rounds. By far. The more eye-catching and better shots. And Billy's shots Most of them half blocked, grazing blows. Even the ones that did land clean, there was no real power behind them. We'll see who the fight is scored to. Gas Brand says, what are your thoughts on this Netflix production so far? It's been very good, very slick. The stream has been perfect, good picture quality, excellent. Big up Danny for the super chat. He says, will Crawford be shook walking to the ring first? I don't think so. I don't think so. These two guys, Canelo and Crawford, are both such veterans. I don't think anything is going to bother him. As somebody else pointed out, Crawford walked to the ring first against Errol Spence, and that was mostly a pro-Spence crowd, right? So I don't think any of that will bother. Is this going to be a split? Yeah, it's a split. Oh, it's a split draw. I can't argue. It was such a hard fight to score, a split draw. It's disappointing for the fighters, but bro, it was such a crazy fight. You know what I mean? I can't even hate on that. I can't even hate on that. Yeah, Max Kellerman saying the same thing. That fight really was hard to score, bro. It was punch for punch in so many rounds. It was just, yeah. Keeping up with all that was very, very difficult. But I tell you what, yeah, Turkey's going to love that fight, and Dana White will love that fight. Dana White will be telling Turkey, oh, Mike Tyson is there. Okay. Dana White will be telling Turkey, we need to get these two guys back. This is the kind of thing the fans want to see. Jaime Munguia, who was apparently cleared. Who is he cleared by? Macaulay Culkin looking off key. Who is Jaime Munguia cleared by for that PED controversy? Can anyone tell me? Deacon says Boachuk cosplaying as a cannonball. Pretty large cannonball. Hasim Ratman and Lennox Lewis now best of buddies. Look at that. So it's going to be the Callum Walsh fight next. Fighting the son of Fernando Vargas. East Midlands Fight Fan says, what does Boachuk eat? Everything. That's what he eats, bro. He eats everything. That's the only way you get to that size. There you go. Morris Man says everything in large quantities. Danny says, how much does he weigh? He's quite short, isn't he, Boachuk? But the guy's literally wider than he is tall. I reckon he's got to be at least 400 pounds. Maybe more. Morris Man says 500 pounds. Isaac says, why can't he get in shape? Is he suffering from a condition? Boachuk used to fight. Yeah, Boachuk actually used to fight. I think he was a pro. So for a fighter to be that size, an ex-fighter to get to that size, you really wonder what on earth is going on there. Kyle says the condition is laziness. Yeah, because once you get to that level of obesity, you're going to develop conditions. So rather than wondering what condition he has, it's kind of what came first, the chicken or the egg. Yeah, when you get to that size of obesity, you're going to develop all kind of health conditions. Big up, Daniel. Yeah, I agree. Comment here says, strange that every fight on the card is a 10-rounder, long gone from the 15-round days when a fight is good, 10 rounds is too few. I agree. This ain't women's boxing. You know what I mean? Championship fight needs to be 12, especially when it's good like that. You wish that last fight had gone 12. Oh, wow. Malik says, I've seen a few of Boachuk's professional fights. Is that right? Boachuk's belly, if you actually look at him, I want to say is lower than his knees. That's crazy. Danny says his back is worse. It sticks out like 20 inches. Somebody who can compete for Boachuk in terms of like short and obese would be Adrian Broner's dad. You guys remember him? Adrian Broner's dad used to come into the ring and comb Adrian's hair. The man's like 4 feet tall, but about 7 feet wide. I'm telling you, Adrian Broner's dad, 4 feet tall but 7 foot wide. It's crazy. Yeah, Malik remembers AB's pops. Used to come in and comb Adrian's hair. Vader D says, Boachuk started as a light heavyweight and ended up 300 pounds. I guess he just got addicted to eating, you know, food addiction. Fast food, sodas, chocolates, all that type of stuff. He just spiraled out of control. All right, we have Fernando Vargas Jr. coming to the ring now. This big, impressive stadium. I really hope Netflix continue doing boxing events. I'm talking about big events. I'm really hoping Turki Al-Sheikh mixes it up and doesn't just put all of them on DAZN. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but the way this show has gone from a technical perspective, production perspective, the commentary, everything, it makes me want to see more on Netflix. Do you know what I mean? None of this pay-per-view stuff. I want to see more of this. East Midlands Fight Fan says this will be a good fight. Carlton Palmer says, yeah, the production is very good. It's more polished than DAZN, isn't it? Just has a more polished, just cleaner look about everything. The picture quality, the graphic, just everything about it. It was just more polished. Poker says, I thought Donovan Crocker was co-main. No, Donovan Crocker was in Ireland. It's not on this show. That happened earlier on. The Canelo fight is after this one. It's this fight, then Canelo. Everything else has happened. Yep, I agree with Charles B. Even the ring looks cool. Just the Netflix aesthetics, the way they've set it up, it looks very clean, very nice. I like the stadium as well, all the lighting and, yep, very, very slick. So yeah, this is the last fight on the card before the main event. Let's hope we get a short fight and the main event could start earlier. That's probably wishful thinking. Dan Heaney says, Walsh looking nervous. Okay, lots of people agreeing that Walsh looks nervous. Will that negatively affect his performance? We'll find out very shortly. This fight is in the super welterweight division. Michael Buffer announcing this one. And also, as well as the picture quality looking better than DAZN picture quality, it looks brighter as well. Any of you guys get that? The Netflix broadcast looks noticeably brighter than DAZN broadcast. Like there's increased contrast or something. It just looks brighter in a good way, not in a bad way. FV says Buffer getting paid more than the fighters. Exactly, Brandon. Almost feels like I'm at the arena. Yeah. It's immersive, you know? Okay, the two fighters come to the center of the ring. In this big stadium. The roof closed. Referee Harvey Dock gives his final instructions. The fighters go back to their corners. Let us see where this one goes. Here we go, round number one. Callum Walsh versus Fernando Vargas Jr. Two southpaws. And interestingly, they're wearing the reverse colors. I mean, the colors are the same, but it's like the home kit and the away kit. Both guys are wearing... Well, actually, I think Vargas has got red on his trunks rather than orange, but because it's metallic, at certain angles it almost looks orange. So they're wearing the colors of their country's flags, respectively. So Callum Walsh bouncing up and down on his toes. He's the one pressing things so far in the first round. Vargas willing to concede ground when Walsh comes forward. He's slightly more flat-footed of the two at the moment. Walsh is the one doing the bouncing. Gets a combination off. Those shots are blocked. That's a nice straight right from Callum Walsh. Oh! Okay, no knockdown, says Harvey Dock. It looked like Callum Walsh was dropped there, but I guess he slipped. So, shaping up to be a bit of a chess match at the moment. Both guys interested, looking to catch each other with the lead right hook. Again, both southpaws. So, Walsh really controlling the real estate, as Teddy Atlas likes to describe it. He's the ring general right now. Bouncing up and down on his toes. People say that, or people were saying that Walsh looked nervous on the way to the ring. And perhaps he was, I don't know. But in the ring, he looks the more relaxed of the two. So if he was nervous, he's channeled those nerves in the right way. That's the end of round one. Whereas Vargas looked far more tentative. All right, here we go. Round two about to start between Vargas and Walsh. Combination to the body from Walsh there. Vargas very, very circumspect. Throws a left hand to the body himself there. Chess match so far. This one definitely hasn't caught fire. And we've been spoiled today with all action bouts. Not just on this card, but even on Eddie Hearn's card. Right-left combination from Vargas. Hits only the gloves of Walsh. Yeah, very, very much a chess match here, folks. Very much a chess match. I was hoping it'd finish early, but there's no signs of it at the moment. Obviously, so we can get on to the main event. Kyle says, I actually don't care about this fight. And me neither. It's kind of curious that it's so far up the card, isn't it? You'd have thought that Billy would be chief support rather than this. Good body shots there, though, from Walsh. We got Ben Odom. He says he's going to warm up some jollof. J. Cool says, have you ever gotten nervous before a fight before? Yeah, loads of fights. Been nervous before loads of fights. Big fights, but definitely not before this fight between Canelo and Crawford. Big up GMS Nightmare for the super chat. He says, I've been debating casuals all week why this is such a hard fight for Bud. How do you rate Bud's chances against the other top 168 pounders? The other 168 pounders being the likes of Billy. Martinez, I guess. He's in the mix. What other top 168 pounders are there? Jaime Munguia? obviously we're, talking aside from Canelo here. Edgar Berlanga. I mean, a lot depends on how Crawford does here. We're stepping into the unknown to some extent. I'm expecting Canelo to win the fight, but who knows? Maybe Crawford will be a revelation. When people are jumping up this many weight classes, it's a stab in the dark, in terms of guessing how they're going to do, especially when you're dealing with a top fighter like Crawford. If you're dealing with a lesser fighter, you'd be more confident that he wouldn't be successful. But a guy like this, could he beat a Edgar Berlanga? Maybe. If he can stay out of the way of the power, he might even be favorite for me in that fight. Jaime Munguia, I think that's a more difficult fight for a Terence Crawford, but I don't think Crawford needs to be hanging around at 168, even if he manages to get the win over Canelo. Let's just put it that way. But big up GMS Nightmare for the super chat. I don't think it'll be a good idea. Hamza Shiraz, I forgot about him, of course. I don't think it'll be a good idea for Crawford to hang around in the weight class, irrespective of the result. Long story short, I don't think he would be able to reign supreme over the 168-pound division at all. Even if he somehow got a win over Canelo, I don't see it. I think this fight for Crawford will be a smash and grab job, or an attempted smash and grab job. FV says Crawford smoked Shiraz. I don't think so, personally. I mean, I know Shiraz really lost, in my opinion, to Carlos Adames, and Adames was a small guy. I do buy the notion that Shiraz was severely weight drained after seeing him against Berlanga. I know Belanga's nowhere near as slick as Adames, but I'm just looking at what Shiraz was doing. But maybe we'll find out, Back to this Walsh Vargas fight. It is a complete chess match. Not interesting at all so far, unfortunately. This is the only fight, well, one of the fights on the card, other than when the Saudi kid fought, where we're thankful it's only 10 rounds. Warren Williams says, sounds like I missed some good fights. Yeah, you did. There were some good fights on the card, particularly the Billy Martinez fight. That was a real wild and good fight. Even the Boachuk fight was good, but the Billy Martinez fight was better. The Billy Martinez fight was a draw, a split decision draw. One judge had it for Billy, the other judge had it for Martinez, and the third judge had it even. So it was a split draw. Yeah, the Jermaine Franklin, Ivan Dychko fight was one of the worst robberies I've ever seen. Dychko blatantly won the fight. I mean, I'm talking about a wide margin. Somehow they gave it to Franklin by a wide margin. Totally bizarre. One of the worst robberies I've ever seen. And I very rarely use the word robbery for a fight, but that was a robbery. That was shocking. Even Franklin was shocked. Yeah, this Walsh Vargas fight, snooze fest. Vargas trying to throw some more shots here. That's good. I hope these guys have got the power to hurt each other. Because it's not a very entertaining spectacle so far. I'm hoping somebody puts a dent in the other. Kyle says, can they double chin each other? That would be a good time for such a thing right now. And there have been fights like that, by the way, but where they've been ruled a double knockout. Normally when that happens, when both guys hit each other and they go down simultaneously, one of them gets off the canvas, the other one doesn't. And obviously the one that gets off the canvas wins. But there have been occasions when both guys have stayed on the canvas for the 10. This fight should have been like way down the card, you know? There's no way this should have been the co-main. So the organizers of this event, whoever decided the order of fights, they got this one badly wrong. The rest of the card was cool in terms of order of fights, but this fight, no way should this be co-main. Kyle says it's because Walsh is Dana's fighter. Well, Dana needs to be about it rather than just talking about it. He's acting like the product comes first. That was a decent left hand from Vargas, landed on Walsh's forehead. And then Walsh came back with a couple shots of his own. Ben Odom says, maybe Parachute Man landed on both fighters can expedite this bout. Well, the roof is closed, so Parachute Man won't be able to get in. Plus, the Parachute Man from the Bo Holyfield second fight is long dead and buried. Dana White looks like he's having a ton of fun. Look at his face. Looks like a bulldog chewing a wasp. What's up with him? What's got his goat? Yep, I agree with Daniel Turner. This is the last type of fight you need this high up the card. Everyone's just waiting for the main event. Danny says he's got 50 million in gambling debts. Is that, Is Dana White a degenerate gambler? Damn, I never realized that about Dana White, if that's true. A degenerate gambler, according to Danny. Yeah, I agree. This fight has completely killed the momentum of the card. It's killed my momentum too. Because the other fights were so high energy, there was always something to talk about in the fight. But this fight has just robbed me of all my energy. There's nothing to talk about. It's so boring. And he says, I think Dana is watching the UFC card on the screen in front of him. Paladin says, this feeling is why Shakur can't co-main. Well, to be fair, Shakur did put on a entertaining display in his last fight, didn't he? To be fair to him. Right, Terence Crawford on the pads warming up. He's got, what color is that? Lilac, lavender color gloves. Lilac, says Solomon. Big up Solomon. God, this fight is dull. And it's kind of weird to see one ref do like nearly all the fights on the card. Has Harvey Doc done all of the fights on this card so far? He's done several of them. Someone says Turkey is asleep. Is he asleep? I'm not surprised if he is. Turkey might be asleep. Yeah, because his body's not moving, is it? His head's not turning or anything. Man's actually falling asleep. Somebody might need to nudge him. I swear he is actually asleep. That's crazy. Man's fully nodded off. I saw his head dip then, Turkey. Like, somebody says he's not asleep. He's completely like statue still though. Are you sure he's not asleep? Like Homer Simpson. Oh, no, he just stood up. He just stood up. Okay, he's not asleep. I thought man was like Homer Simpson in church. You know that episode of The Simpsons where Homer Simpson's like asleep in church? And he's got those glasses with eyes painted onto the lenses? Somebody said the clacker woke him up. Gaming Nerd says he closed his eyes. They'll open once this nonsense is finished. Jason Statham talking to Turkey there. Is he helping him to wake up? Yeah, if this is Dana White's doing, he needs to give his head a wobble. Because I saw his interview of Max Kellerman and he was talking about how one of the things he doesn't like about boxing is the way that the energy is not maintained throughout a show. One, because there's too much of a gap between the fights, but also the fights that are put at certain, times on the show. You need to be strategic about it to build the show to a crescendo. And this was a terrible, terrible fight to have as the co-main. And if it's Dana White's doing, seriously, you're not going to revolutionize boxing with stuff like this. Totally killed the energy for this one. It should have been Christian and Billy versus Lester Martinez as the co-main or the chief support. That would have been a good fight to then roll into the main event off of. That had the energy high. Do you know what I mean? There you go. Paladin Poker, he knows the way it's supposed to be. I mean, this is nearly as bad as putting a... Let me not even say it. Let me not even say it. Some of you know what I was going to say. Nearly as bad as putting a... There you go. There you go. Somebody said it. Putting that fight on as the co-main, huh? One of those kind of fights, son. They used to do that and it would just totally kill the energy. It would totally kill the energy. And that's a good point. Loophole says, how is there even a co-main event for this anyway? I know it's ridiculous, isn't it? The whole concept of a co-main for this. Unless it was like AJ versus Fury. Yeah, a fight at that level, you could maybe call it a co-main for Canelo Crawford. But unless it's that, it's ridiculous even calling it a co-main. Round 8 of Walsh Vargas. I've completely given up even commentating on this fight. It's so dull. I'm more interested in what's going on at ringside. Turkey's talking to somebody there. Who's he chatting to? He stood up chatting to someone. Someone says Turkey's had enough. I've had enough. Is he talking to Mauricio Solomon? Is that what it is? Because Mauricio Solomon was trying to stand firm. Because apparently Mauricio's not going to be allowed in the ring. And he's like, I've got my security with me and I'm getting in the ring regardless. Talking real smoky. Do you know what I mean? Has Mauricio got cartel backing? Is that why he feels bullish? Oh yeah, Turkey's taking pictures with somebody there. It's interesting. More interesting in the fight. Any of you guys ever watched The Crystal Maze back in the 1990s? The presenter was this bald guy. I think he was called Richard O'Brien. Was that his name, Richard O'Brien? And so The Crystal Maze was this like show where people would have to like solve these puzzles. You know, like physical puzzles. And while they were toiling away trying to solve these physical puzzles, Richard O'Brien would like turn to the camera sometimes and start playing his mouth organ and singing and just doing random stuff as these people are proper struggling through these puzzles. That's what I feel like doing right now. Just like singing random songs. Nothing to do with boxing. Yo, lots of Crystal Maze fans in the chat. That's right. Yeah, that show was good back in the days, The Crystal Maze. And Richard O'Brien was actually in a movie called Dark City. Any of you guys seen Dark City? The interesting thing is Dark City came out a year or two before the first Matrix movie. It was filmed in, I think, the same studios as The Matrix. In Australia. And it had some of the same actors. You know the guy that played the train man in The Matrix? He was in Dark City. And a couple other peoples. Kiefer Sutherland was in Dark City. But yeah, Richard O'Brien was randomly in Dark City. It's a pretty good movie. It's a similar concept to The Matrix. And it makes you wonder, you know, because like I say, it came out a couple of years earlier than The Matrix. Filmed in the same studios. Even the aesthetic was similar. You know how The Matrix has got that like green tint? That green color grading? So it was with Dark City, which came out a year or two before. It also had this same green color grading as The Matrix. And it's a similar concept. What film am I talking about? I'm talking about the movie Dark City. It came out maybe 97 or 98. Illuminated says you can pay and do Crystal Maze with your friends in Angel Islington. Yeah, it's not the same without Richard O'Brien though. So this Callum Walsh guy has got a lifetime contract with Dana White, according to some of you guys in the chat. Why? Why would Dana White want to sign this guy to a lifetime contract? Somebody says still got 1 hour of Mexican build-up. Hopefully not. That's right, the mood is now damp. Somebody says Hatman is asleep. No, definitely not asleep. I actually saw, the reason I went quiet there is because I just saw an incredibly fast-moving spider, a pretty large spider. and it was moving at a ridiculous speed. I don't think I've ever seen a spider move that quick. So I got up looking to squash it. You don't take chances with creepy crawlies in this part of the world, folks. The speed that spider moved was crazy. I'm telling you. It moved at supernatural speed across the floor here. Like, what the hell was that? That was crazy. There you go. Clement says, some spiders I saw in South Mexico were literally teleporting. This might have been one of the same ones, bro. I never seen anything that fast. That's why I went quiet just instantly, because I was like, no way did I just see that. It was a pretty big spider and it moved across the floor so fast. I was like, what? That was shocking. That was almost as shocking as the decision in the Ivan Dychko Jermaine Franklin fight. Where the hell did that thing go? That thing better not pop out on me during the Canelo fight. You know what I mean? Startle me. It's a pretty big spider, bro. Moving mad fast. Why are people scared of spiders? Because some of them are deadly. That's why. Certainly in this part of the world, deadly spiders, deadly snakes. Carlton Palmer says, hate all creepy crawlies. Me too. Denny says, who has the better outfit, Canelo or Crawford? I haven't seen both their outfits properly yet, but I'm going to guess that Canelo's got the better outfit. Those lilac gloves of Crawford's, yeah, I don't know about that. Not a fan of those lilac gloves. Somebody says, brace yourself for national anthems. Charlie Sheen ringside. I discovered something the other day which I never knew. Apocalypse Now has been one of my favorite movies for many, many years. Apparently Martin Sheen, who can't have been any more than what, late 30s? When he shot that movie, apparently Martin Sheen suffered a heart attack filming that movie. Oh, there's Teddy Atlas's son in the crowd there. Yeah, Martin Sheen suffered a heart attack shooting Apocalypse Now. What on earth is all that about? Why would he be suffering a heart attack in his late 30s? Do you know what I mean? When he appeared to be in pretty decent physical shape. I got no idea, but during the filming of the movie, he suffered a heart attack. And it was like touch and go about whether he was actually going to survive. So he was in hospital for a while, but then he recovered and he came back and finished the movie. Somebody says, probably on the snow. Well, I got no idea, but yeah, it's a weird thing. My mom says, yeah, it was mentioned in Sheen's thing on Netflix. Why is man having a heart attack at that age? Somebody says Michael J. Fox looks normal-ish. Who's this Latino guy with Mark Wahlberg? Was he in like Saved by the Bell or something? He was an actor, right? I want to say he was in Saved by the Bell. Okay, so it wasn't Saved by the Bell. Mm-hmm. I remember for one of the Netflix boxing shows, pretty sure it was Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. Might have been Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. They had, what's her name now? Rosie Perez doing some of the commentary. Don't know what that was all about. I know Rosie Perez is a big boxing fan, but why have her on commentary? That was so off key. Rosie Perez with the strongest 1980s New York accent of all time. You guys know who Rosie Perez is? Puerto Rican actress. She had one of them proper old school heavy New York accents. You know, instead of saying coffee, they say coffee. You know the old school New York accent? Coffee. Ben Odom says Rosie had a rack on her in the 90s. That's a whole fact. Found out in Do the Right Thing. Yeah, she was in Do the Right Thing. That's when you saw her rack. The scene with the ice cubes and Do the Right Thing. Yeah. Somebody says Staten Island accent. Do they still have that accent in New York? In some areas? Staten Island? Okay. Many are fighting sleep. I'm wide awake, but just bored out my mind after that last fight. It killed the energy. That was horrible. East Midlands fight fan said I fancied her. Jimmy says, yep, ask Ghostface. But those are old school guys. I'm talking about like young people. Yeah, some of the old school New Yorkers have still got the old school New York accent. Rosie Perez is still alive. Rosie Perez from the Bronx, right? But I'm talking about like, you know, younger people and whatever. Do they still talk in that? I don't think most of them talk like that anymore in New York City. So there's, okay. I hope this is earlier on. Canelo getting his hands wrapped. Surely this is earlier on. I flipping hope it is. It said live. You gotta be kidding me. Canelo ain't even gloved up? God, I hope that's not really live. Crawford is gloved up. I thought that was Drake in Crawford's dressing room for a second there. Luckily for him, it weren't. FV says Canelo planning for a 30-minute ring walk. Summers says co-main event hasn't happened yet, right? No, it has happened. The next fight is the main event. There's no other undercard fights. And here's the thing I never understand about spiders. Arachnids and insects in general, but particularly spiders. As enormous as a human being is compared to a spider, when there's a spider in the room, why does it always make a beeline towards you? What is that all about? Have they got a death wish or what? You know, spider comes in the room and it makes a beeline towards wherever you are. What is all that about? It's the same with flies. Yeah? If a fly comes into the room, he's always going to try, especially if you're sleeping or trying to sleep, the fly is always going to be buzzing past your ear. He won't keep to his own little corner of the room or stay up high near the ceiling. No. He has to fly right by your ear. Yo, I don't get it. Are spiders like snakes where they can pick up body heat? Is that what it is? Because you know, sometimes snakes will be attracted to where a human being is because they can sense the heat. So they're attracted to the heat. Do spiders do the same thing? Are they attracted to human body heat? Big up Rich Franklin. Yes, hit the like button, peeps. Yeah, that's right, Carlton Palmer. They can't escape a room even with the window wide open. Yeah, I can say that for flies. You open the window wide open, there's a fly buzzing around, and he won't go outside. What is wrong with them, them insects, man? Literally the biggest, widest open window you could ever imagine is right there, and the fly will bump into every single wall and every pane of glass other than going out of the open window. And then it'll come flying past your ear again while you're trying to sleep. Yo, what if flies are reincarnated human souls that have been condemned to live as flies and they're actually on a suicide mission? Imagine that. Maybe that's why they act like that. They want you to kill them. Gaming Nerd says, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me. Warren Williams says they have loads of eyes, but their eyesight is crap. Indeed, condemned to eating doo-doo as well, yeah. What if they're, like I say, reincarnated human souls? Maybe the souls of bad people or whatever. Been reincarnated as flies. After a couple days living like that, they're like, nah, man, check me out. Let me reincarnate as something else. Anything's got to be better than this. That's why they come buzzing around your ear trying to get you to kill them. Put me out of my misery. Like Jeff Goldblum. Any of you guys seen the 1980s movie The Fly with Jeff Goldblum? Somebody in a stream a couple months back actually told me that. Then I went to check afterwards. The scene in The Fly where Jeff Goldblum arm wrestles somebody and kind of rips their arm is actually George Chuvalo. I never clocked at the time, but yeah, it is. It's George Chuvalo that Jeff Goldblum arm wrestles. Yeah, the Fly movie is gross. Jeff Goldblum is one of the weirdest but most interesting actors ever. You know the way Jeff Goldblum behaves and his whole demeanor and everything? It's proper weird but funny. The way he talks. You know, like in Jurassic Park, where he's this chaos theorist. He's like, but life finds a way. You know the way he talks like that? Yes, but life finds a way. Dale says Jeff just wants to chill playing music. It's amazing how those tribes that still live in the jungle, you know, like those tribes in the Amazon, they sleep in their little huts. And every night when the sun goes down, there's like a chorus of insect noise and animal noises. Tarantulas, the size of dinner plates. Anacondas, all sorts of mosquitoes and flies and bugs and giant centipedes and millipedes. And you're sleeping every night out in that? Isn't it incredible the way they sleep? Jaguars. Somebody says no special music performance, please. You spoke too soon. Got a full rock band on deck. Yep, concert before the fight. Boy, do we not like this. But you know, do you know who the first was to start doing this, put concerts before fights? You guys remember who the first people were to start doing this? No, not Misfits. Way before Misfits. No, not Triller. Vlad. There you go. Kyle remembers. Vlad. The Klitschko's. Those No, it weren't Turkey. It weren't Turkey Danny at all. The Klitschko's were doing this. They were having concerts before the fight. For Klitschko shows in Germany. It was so weird. See, Carlton Palmer remembers, yeah. They started having these concerts before the main event. Yeah. And it was awful then. All right, they've got the mariachi band. I do like mariachi, to be fair. But we could do without it at this stage in terms of a whole band and a whole performance. Yeah, they did. Staffordshire Bull Terrier says they had Rod Stewart before the Fury fight. Yeah. Striker says, I'm sure Arthur Abraham did it at least once too. Yeah, may well have done, because it was a big thing in Germany, wasn't it? With the Klitschko's and maybe other fighters started copying it. Them German shows were so weird. Isn't it good that Germany's no longer the home of heavyweight boxing? Not against any Germans out there, you understand, but it was just such a dead vibe all round. I mean, people say that the Saudi vibe is dead, but no, the German vibe was super dead, bro. It was like, yeah, it was horrible. Indeed, D-Man summed it up. Those were dark times. It was the dark ages, bro. It was so dreary. Yeah, those German shows had like the Klitschko's. Marco Huck would often fight on those German shows. Who else would be on the German shows? The heavyweight Turkish guy, the guy who knocked out, Felix Sturm, yeah, how could we forget him? Felix Sturm, yeah, he was a regular on those German shows. The fat Turkish guy who knocked out David Price, what's his name? I forget his name now. Erkan Tepe. That was his name, Erkan Tepe. Yeah, there you go. The striker's really going back. Sinan Samuel Sam. Yeah, I remember when he bashed up Danny Williams. All right, here we go. Terence Crawford coming to the ring now. He's carrying a guitar case. That's interesting. Not sure what that's all about. Is he going to pull a rifle from the guitar case? Terence Crawford storming to the ring. He's got kind of a smirk on his face. What's he got up his sleeve? King says he's trolling the Mexicans. Is that what it is? Could be. He looks very calm, smiling. Yep. D-Man says he looks relaxed. He does. He looks very relaxed. Fighters at this level, you know, the elite guys, they're all like that, you know? They're all like that. Yeah, Terence Crawford definitely happy to be there. Looks ready to do what he can. I've heard people say that before, that Bud looks like Kendrick Lamar. Oh, that referee. I forget his name. He looks like he hits the gym every day. Big up Supersized Fries. He says he's excited. Big up Same. He says, just switched on. Production looks great. Much better than DAZN. Completely agree. I think we're all in agreement about that. Much slicker and more glossy and just better than DAZN production all round. Boachuk was looking at the ring there, and from that shot, I thought he was a stack of boxes. Like, seriously, for a brief set, as abstract as that is, Boachuk was looking at the ring. So you just saw, like, the back of his top there. I thought he was like a stack of boxes. Big up Super Size Fries for the super chat. It says, how do you see the opening round going? Pretty slow, I reckon. Both guys tend to start slow. Big up D-dubs. Little Jacob says, Boachuk looks like he's got a fridge under his shirt. That's right, the 6XLT. Somebody says more Mexican performers incoming. Yeah, how many flipping music performances do we need before this guy gets in the ring? All right, he's got some Aztec pyramid stuff going on here. Sombreros on deck. Big up Ashley for the super chat. Says, big up Hatman, been watching you for 5 years. You're fantastic and the best out there. Enjoy the fight. I'm cheering on Crawford. Big up Ashley William for the super chat. Much appreciated, my bro. I'm glad you enjoy the content. Enjoy the fight yourself. Who are you picking, by the way? How do you see this one playing out? Mr. Blackman says, you gotta love Canelo's entrances. I got Canelo winning. D-Man says, this is like the movies where the mariachi band doesn't stop playing while you're trying to have dinner. Yeah, because they want a tip. Someone says Nello is still getting his hands wrapped. It's crazy, isn't it? Or is he about to walk out? Okay, now he's here. Obviously, you were being facetious, but now he's walking out. Okay, here's Canelo finally. That tunnel's pretty impressive. Here's Canelo. Shout out to Super Size Fries for the super chat. He says, let's see if Bud bit off more than he can chew. I suspect he has, but I could be completely wrong. When you're dealing with great fighters, they can pull out unlikely performances and unlikely results. Just like Sugar Ray Leonard did when he fought Marvin Hagler. Like Muhammad Ali did when he beat George Foreman. They can pull out unlikely results. Let's see if Crawford can do the same. Personally, I don't think so, but we shall see. Muhammad Ali was actually 32 in the Rumble in the Jungle. He was 32 years of age. And he beat George Foreman exactly 10 years. Not exactly to the day, but 10 years in terms of how old he was. He won the heavyweight title from Liston at the age of 22. And a decade later, he won the heavyweight title back against George Foreman at the age of 32. Against a very similar type of fighter. And obviously the prodigy of George Foreman, the prodigy and understudy of Sonny Liston. Funny how life works, isn't it? Takes out Liston when he was a big underdog. 10 years later, takes out his understudy when he was a big underdog as well. Paladin says, not seen somebody call him Canelo Alvarez in years. The way that some people come up with these names cracks me up. Canelo Alvarez. I think De La Hoya is the last person I heard call him that. Canelo Alvarez. Where is De La Hoya, by the way? Normally he's super vocal in a run-up to a Canelo fight, trolling and stuff and doing clapback Thursdays and all that business. Where's De La Hoya at? He's conspicuous by his absence. Boachuk just looks crazy. Is Turkey getting booed? Yeah, this Thomas Taylor guy. He might be on clenbuterol. The referee. He might be on roids. There you go. Ben Odom says, De La Hoya enemies of Canelo and Dana kept his distance. Or maybe he was banned from the event. But then again, you know, he can still speak on social media. He normally likes to. He normally pops up right around this time in the run-up to a Canelo fight. All right, they're introducing Bud. I still can't believe the shape of Boachuk. You know what I mean? Like, the size of his belly is something that needs to be studied. Do you know what I mean? It's like he could carry a whole other human. It's like if you were carrying in some type of cradle strapped to you an entire other adult human on the front. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy, bro. All right, they're introducing Canelo. Canelo Alvarez. Where's Richard Schaefer at? I thought Richard Schaefer was part of Canelo's crew now. I haven't seen anything of Schaefer in the build-up. Was he at any of the press conferences? That was short-lived, wasn't it? What happened to Schaefer? Get your popcorn ready. Oh, okay, Supersized Fry says, yes, he was. He's Canelo's manager. So he was at the press conference. Okay. I haven't noticed him at ringside or anything. No anthems. Yeah, that's definitely a blessing. All right, here we go. Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez. Let's see what happens here. All right, round one. Here we go. Bud Crawford out, takes center ring. Southpaw stance. Sticking that right jab in Canelo's face. Nothing has landed so far, just hitting the gloves. Appears to land a jab there to Canelo's body from the southpaw stance again. Canelo always takes a look at you in the first round, tends to start slow, as does Bud. Both of these guys tend to be slow starters. Crawford trying to get the right jab off. Canelo feinting. Canelo certainly looks like the more relaxed of the two at the moment in this opening round. Bud does have the look of a man who isn't sure whether he can take the power of the man in front of him. Canelo seems completely sure that he can take Bud's power. That's the impression I get from the body language. Canelo moving his head on the way in. He likes to throw a straight right hand to the body. But against the southpaw, you need to be careful throwing that shot. You get counted with a southpaw left. Bud flicking out the jab, moving around. There's the first right hand attempt from Canelo, which fell short. Bud feinting with a right. Yeah, this is the first round I expected. Circumspect. Both guys are slow starters. You wouldn't expect it to be a barn burner out the gate. If it catches fire at all, there's an attempted right hand by Canelo. Body shot by Canelo. Two good shots for him. Bud Crawford hasn't landed anything solid really, other than that right hand there. Right when I said it, Bud answered and landed a good right hand. Straight right hand from Canelo was blocked by Crawford. Right hand to the body. That's the shot that Canelo likes, particularly against southpaws, is throwing a straight right hand to the body. Take those legs away. And you can see right away, you know, the issue here for Terence Crawford is that he's in range of Canelo's power punches. And this is why I was picking Canelo from the beginning. I thought, well, for Bud to actually win this fight on the scorecards, he's going to have to engage. But when he engages, he's going to be within reach of Canelo's big shots, and I don't think he can take them kind of shots and maintain his confidence and even his consciousness, you know? Canelo round for me, round 1. Bud looked a little wary of the power. Looking at some slow-mo. That was a nice left hand. I missed that, actually. Okay, then the right hand from Bud. There were some nice shots from Bud there. The left hand and followed by the right. The right actually didn't land. It hit Canelo's glove, and then the glove hit Canelo's face. Here we go, round number 2. Canelo Alvarez, Terence Crawford. I gave the first round to Alvarez despite that one decent shot there from Bud towards the back end of the round. Canelo looks the more relaxed. Bud Crawford quite keyed up by his standards. And he is trying to hold his ground there, Bud Crawford, which is the way he fights. You know, he can move. He can get on his bike, but he prefers to hold his ground. There's some nice jabs there from Bud Crawford. Big attempted left hook from Canelo was blocked by Crawford. It's a very big ring, and that surely is going to favor or suit Bud Crawford. He wants to get Canelo to pick those feet up and have to chase him around a little bit. But again, Crawford not running, he's just moving in spots. Popping Canelo with a jab here. It's a better first minute and a bit start of this second round for Bud than the first round was. Good right hand to the body from Canelo Alvarez. Crawford comes back with a combination. Decent shots. Left hook to the body from Canelo. Crawford comes back with a shot up top. This is getting interesting in this second round. Left hook to the body from Canelo. He's trying to take them legs away. Make Crawford a stationary target. Canelo is very methodical with the way he breaks people down. It's a big shot here, a big shot there, and after a few rounds, they're much easier. Ooh, God, that right hand from Canelo was just blocked by Bud Crawford, but it had knockout written all over it. That was an explosive punch that Canelo came out with there. And Canelo far more active and animated in this fight than he was against William Skull, for sure. This is a different Canelo here. Bud still popping the jab out. Trying to hold his ground. Actually pushes Canelo into the ropes here. Nice jabs from Crawford. I think Crawford has done enough so far to win this round. Few seconds left. Canelo falls short with a right hand. Is Crawford pulling Canelo into his type of fight? Making him think more than he wants to think? That's a Crawford round for me. That's a Crawford round. Nice shots there in slow-mo from Bud Crawford, particularly the right. Here's Canelo coming back with a right to the body, but gets caught with a right hand from Crawford simultaneous. Yep, 1-1. A round apiece. All right, round 3 coming up. We've got Triple H and Stephanie McMahon ringside. All right, here we go. Round 3. Canelo Crawford. I get the first round to Canelo, the second round to Bud. Let's see how this third goes. Bud out on the front foot. Oh, big right hand attempt from Canelo. He's very, very explosive with those single shots. But Crawford managed to evade it. Left hand to the body from Bud Crawford. Left back to the body from Canelo. Canelo marching in now, looking to close the distance. Get some big shots off, but he is made to miss once again by the southpaw Bud, who gets a nice jab off. Canelo misses with a left hand to the body. So the Netflix judge has got Crawford winning the first 2 rounds. Oh, another big right hand attempt by Canelo Alvarez. Canelo throwing a lot more shots here than you normally see him throw in the early rounds. And I'm talking about big shots. There's a left hook attempt again from Canelo. But Crawford moving a lot. Nice left hook to the body from Canelo does land this time. Looking to break Crawford down. Slow those legs. Crawford posturing. Again, he's wary of that power. He's wary of the physical strength. A lot of movement in this round from Bud Crawford. Not holding his ground as much as he did in the first or the second. Maybe he wants to draw Canelo's sting a little bit. Combination there from Canelo was blocked by Bud Crawford. Crawford jabbing to the body. Oh, good shot there to the body from Canelo. Crawford came back with a shot up top. I'm not sure if it landed clean though. Canelo, I feel, just getting drawn into Crawford's type of fight here, which is what he doesn't want to do. Right hand to the body from Canelo. I give that round to Bud too. Yep, I got that round for Bud Crawford. Right, round number 4. Here we go. Canelo Crawford. of a chess match so far. Crawford keeping his distance. Ooh. Canelo leaped in with a shot there. Crawford tried to... Nice combination there from Crawford, culminating with a right hook to the body. Ooh, combination from Bud Crawford. Opening up on Canelo there. And then hits him with a jab. Canelo firing back, but missing. Getting caught with a right on the way in from Bud Crawford there. As Crawford got his mojo here. Nice left hand from Crawford. He walked Canelo onto it. Okay. This is a very positive start to round number 4 by Bud Crawford. He gets backed into the corner there. Canelo looking to bang him out with that right hand. Oh, right hand from Canelo Alvarez. Did that land on Bud Crawford's chin? If it did, he took it. Jab there from Canelo landed. Crawford coming back with a backhand. Ooh, Canelo just inches away with that right hand. But this has been an impressive first half of round number 4 by Bud Crawford. Really started opening up with combinations. Canelo trying to stay concentrated and not get frustrated here. Right hand to the body by Canelo. Left hand as well. Straight right hand from Canelo. A lot of action in this round here, folks. It's heating up. Right, straight right from Canelo lands. That was a nice shot. Left hand to the body. Canelo throwing a lot more punches here than we're used to seeing from him early in the fight. Canelo throws, but falls short. Left hand from Bud Crawford. Canelo kind of sways back from that shot. Crawford with a sharp right jab. He's boxed exclusively out of the southpaw stance so far in this fight. And this has been a good round for Bud Crawford. Canelo has come back with some shots of his own, but for me, this is a Bud Crawford round. He's tried to stamp his authority in this session. Bud Crawford with a smile on his face at times here. Moving around, that jab is getting sharper from Bud. Ooh, big right hand from Canelo. Bud Crawford takes it. That was a real interesting round of boxing. Real interesting round. Good action round. I scored that one for Bud. Canelo did come back at the end with a couple nice shots, but Crawford was more consistent throughout the round and landing combinations there. But that was a good round. But nice. Canelo came back with that straight right hand towards the end. That was a real nice solid punch. Bud Crawford did take it. He got caught with that right hand a couple times in that round. Canelo didn't quite have his legs under him. He was kind of reaching with it right, so Bud didn't feel the full power of Canelo on that shot. And that's testament to the footwork of Bud, you know, the footwork and the foot speed that he didn't allow Canelo to get the full power on that shot. Logan Paul in attendance. It says WWE superstar. Yep. I am Mike Tyson. Here we go, round number 5. And the rounds are flying by in this one. Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez. Bud Crawford, very impressive so far. And Bud Crawford on the front foot here, he seems to have taken confidence from the fact that he got hit by those Canelo shots and was not hurt. And he doesn't appear to be intimidated. So that's not what I was predicting. I was predicting that when Bud does get hit, he's either going to be hurt or intimidated by the shot. And then he's going to have to move excessively. That's what I was predicting to happen. But so far, that has not been the case. Bud has taken the shots and he's not been intimidated. He's getting his jab off. He's moving well. He's opened up on Canelo in several spots. Right hand to the body from Canelo. That might have been low because, oh, left hook there almost round the back of Bud's head. Right hand from Canelo fell short. That fourth round was very, very interesting indeed. Here we are. A minute 17 left in the fifth. Been a much quieter round this one. Bud hasn't really landed anything of note. Canelo's landed some body shots. Bud's kind of posturing and pecking and poking with a jab, but nothing has really landed solid for him so far in this fifth. Oh, big attempted right hand again from Canelo. Right hand to the body from Canelo's a nice shot. But Crawford just smiles wryly at him. He won't want to be taking too many of those. Canelo tries to back him into the corner. Bud Crawford is wise to it though and skips out. Attempted right hand. Canelo lifts Bud Crawford off his feet. 13 seconds left in the fifth. Less action in this round. Crawford's done a lot of posturing, but I'm going to give this one to Canelo. It was the body work there, and Crawford didn't really land solidly. I got that one for Canelo. Deontay Wilder. Here we go, round number 6. Man, this fight is flying by. Very competitive through the first half. Bud Crawford on the attack here at the start of the 6th. Combination by Bud Crawford. Nice shots. Partially blocked, but part of the glove is connecting on the target. Canelo looks like he wants to get his revenge. Oh, nice shot by Bud, catching Canelo on the way in. Sticks his tongue out at Canelo Alvarez. Hot dogging him. Canelo pounds his chest. He says, I'm right here. What are you moving away for? Left hook to the body from Canelo. Bud Crawford comes in and clinches Canelo, then pushes Canelo into the ropes. Impressive physical strength from Bud Crawford there. You know, he's got that wrestling background. Jab from Terence Crawford. Canelo swelling a little bit in the face. Jab to the body from Crawford. Canelo looks to get that left hook on Bud Crawford. Smiles, shakes his head. Nope. Didn't get me. Yeah, the right eye from Canelo is marked up. Bud Crawford looks happy with himself at this point. He's feeling himself. He's talking to Canelo in there. Showboating, body shot there from Canelo. Oh, God, Canelo was inches away with that right hand. Canelo, Crawford again golds him after he misses. Crawford re-establishing control in this round. Canelo Alvarez takes a little trot. 1 minute left in the 6th. Crawford active with the jab. Canelo with the right hand to the body. Crawford moving around. Ooh, again, whenever Canelo throws that right hand, it's like, you can see there's so much weight on it. If it connects clean. But Crawford is happy with himself at this stage, fighting with a smile on his face. He feels like he's got everything under control. Combination from Crawford. Those shots didn't land solid though. I've never seen Crawford smile and showboat and goad his opponent as much as he is doing in this fight. Mind games, psychological warfare. That's a Crawford round. Someone's saying Canelo can't cut the ring off. Well, it's easier said than done when somebody's that much faster on their feet than you. You know what I mean? When someone has got that kind of foot speed advantage and they're coming up several weight classes, it's not so easy to cut the ring off. You can see Canelo is battling within himself to not get frustrated. He knows he can't allow himself to feel frustration, because that's when you tighten up and you start getting caught even more. He's trying to stay poised. That's a beautiful left hand there from Terence Crawford. Canelo's right hand falls short. That was a real good round for Crawford. Beautiful left hand from Crawford. Off the ropes. Here we go, round number 7. And folks, for me, Terence Crawford is up in this fight. Ooh, big right hand again from Canelo was blocked by Terence Crawford. The Netflix judge has got Crawford way ahead. 59-55. Body shots from both guys up close. Body shot from Canelo, right hand from Canelo was blocked by Crawford. Crawford holding his ground there. Ooh, Crawford opening up with some shots. Will Crawford get greedy? Andre Ward was kind of warning Crawford in the commentary there, don't stand there with him in exchange. Will he get greedy? Because Crawford likes to do that. You know, Crawford has the personality of a guy who likes to mix it up with you. Not like he's an out-and-out slugger, but, you know, he likes to get stuck in. He doesn't like to move around and run away. He likes to make an impression on you. Crawford standing completely stationary here for a moment, and Canelo was hitting his arms, and that can wear you down. Bob Crawford on his bike a little bit, stabbing a jab to the body. Still very, very intriguing, this fight, you know. It's not like the Bivol fight where by the halfway stage you were like, Canelo's done here. Because Canelo can still reach Crawford, you know, and Crawford stands still at moments and exchanges. And just over a minute left in the 7th. Crawford pecking and poking, moving around. Canelo looking for one big shot. Yeah, Canelo had Crawford in the corner, but Crawford out-slicked him there and then skipped out. Crawford counter-punching there on the back foot as Canelo comes in. Makes Canelo miss with a big overhand right. Right jab to the body from Bud Crawford. Ooh, and that right hand again. But Bud Crawford feels like he's got that shot blocked. Feels like he's got it timed. Crawford definitely looks like the ring general at this stage. Canelo Alvarez looking a little dejected. Okay, Crawford's cornermen telling him don't get into a firefight with Canelo. Here we go, round number 8 of what has been an engrossing fight so far between Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford. I think Crawford is ahead. He's used the superior boxing skills. He hasn't been intimidated by Canelo's power, and when he has been hit clean, he's been able to take it. Although I don't think Canelo has really landed with full power yet. He hasn't had the opportunity to. And again, that's credit to Bud Crawford's foot speed and footwork. Left hook from Canelo, body shots from Terence Crawford. And if Bud Crawford does win this fight, I tell you what, not only has he beaten a better version of Canelo than Mayweather beat, but he's done it in a more entertaining fashion. Because although he's moving, he's also standing his ground plenty and letting combinations go. But how the judge is seeing it. Left hook to the body from Canelo Alvarez was a good shot. Crawford sometimes tapping with the jab, sometimes sticking it, mixing it up. Combination from Canelo. Crawford shakes his head, says, no, I blocked those shots. A minute 20 left, minute 19 left in the 8th. Been a much quieter round. Canelo's been forcing the action, but hasn't really landed anything of note. Canelo's landed a few body shots. Oh, again, Canelo coming in with a big right hand, but Bud keeps blocking the shot. Left hook to the body from from Canelo. And a right hand from Canelo up top. Bud sticks his tongue out. Says, you didn't get me. And then Bud again showing his impressive wrestling skills, turning Canelo and pushing him back into the ropes from the clinch. They trade shots on the inside. Pretty quiet round. Bud has shown confident body language in this round, but he hasn't really landed much. Canelo's landed a few body shots. Not much in it, but I'm going to give it to Canelo. I'm going to give that one to Canelo. It was quite a negative round from Bud. So I'll give that round to Canelo. All right, coming up round 9. Eddie Reynoso actually drops Canelo's gum shield there. Here we go, round 9, bell's gone. Intriguing fight. Combination at the start of round 9 from Terence Crawford. Canelo Alvarez trying to come back. Uppercut on the inside from Terence Crawford. Is he going to try? Oh, good shots from Terence Crawford there, holding his ground, opening up on Canelo. Canelo swinging back. Bug Crawford really showing up and showing out here. Trying to do a job on Canelo Alvarez. Very impressive stuff from Bug Crawford, the smaller man. Canelo looks angry, but also frustrated. Bug Crawford complaining about a clash of heads as he cut. Yeah, there is a cut from a clash of heads. Canelo came boring in, and it didn't look intentional to me. I mean, Canelo's got his chin down. You're supposed to have your chin down on the inside. No, that's not an intentional thing. He's got his chin down like you're supposed to have your chin down. It doesn't look like a terrible cut. There's not a lot of blood coming from it at the minute. But that was a real impressive start to the round. Oh, Canelo gets some heavy-looking body shots off there. A right hand from Canelo. Oh, right hand again from Canelo. A left hook from Canelo just falls short. I think hit Bug Crawford's shoulder. Bug Crawford's a gutsy guy. I mean, we know what he's like. He likes to punish opponents. You know, he's not satisfied just playing it safe on the outside. He likes to step in and try to hurt you. But for him to do it against, oh God, that right hand from Canelo just inches away from Bug Crawford's chin. But yeah, for Bug Crawford to do this kind of thing against Canelo, really impressive. To hold his ground the way that he is in spots and take it to Canelo like that. Very impressive. Canelo waiting. Bug Crawford trying to draw him out. .38 seconds left in round number 9. This is a Bug Crawford round. Canelo has been frustrated. Oh, left hand on the inside from Bug Crawford was a great shot. Seven seconds left in the 9th. That's the end of the round there. And it's getting to the stage now where Canelo is got to be anxious. Him and his corner have got to be anxious. Mathematically, it's getting to the point where if the judges are fair, Canelo might need knockdowns. That was a beautiful left hand to the chin by Bug Crawford. I'm not saying he's quite there yet, but another round for Crawford and you're like, can Canelo win this fight without knockdowns or a knockout? Eddie Reynoso giving him a real pep talk in the corner there. Yeah, that cut don't seem anything particularly serious for Bug Crawford from that clash of heads. Here we go. Round number 10. So Eddie Reynoso is telling Canelo he's got 3 rounds to do this. Does he mean you've got 3 rounds to get him out of there, or you need to win these last 3 rounds to get the victory? But Terence Crawford has been mightily impressive in this fight. He's moved, he's stood and traded in spots, and he's just been a bit too skillful for Canelo Alvarez throughout. And he was always the more skillful fighter, of course, but I thought Canelo's size and strength would make more of an impact on Bud Crawford. I thought he would bother him more. Ooh, Bud Crawford blocking that Canelo right hand again. Crawford coming back with a combination. And this has been a better version of Canelo than the one who fought William Skull. Despite that, has it been good enough? Crawford moving a lot here, gets caught with a right hand down the pipe from Canelo. Not a lot on it, but it did land. Bud moves away. Canelo tries to get a right hand off. Crawford comes in and clinches. Canelo gets a body shot off in the clinch. Combination from Bud. Canelo going to the body. Nothing really solid landed. Or not much solid landed for Bud in this round. Doing a lot of moving. I mean, this is the first round where Bud's pretty much running. Right hook to the body from Bud. Yeah, Bud's running now. Is he running out of strength? Is that why he's doing this? Or is he just trying to bank around or take a round off? Canelo with some body shots. Digging away on the inside. Bud Crawford wraps him up. Combination from Bud Crawford. That's the end of round number 10. I'm not even sure how to score that round because Crawford was out and out running in that round. You know, and Canelo did land a couple clean shots. I don't know, I might give that round to Canelo. But see, Bud Crawford looked very confident in his body language and his face and all that kind of stuff, but he wasn't really landing anything or not much of note, so I don't know. It's a nip and tuck round, but I'm going to give it to Canelo. I thought Bud was just running a little bit too much. So we enter the championship rounds, 11 and 12. New attendance record. Over 70,000 people. Here we go, round number 11. Canelo was out quick with a left hook to the body at the start of the 11th. Crawford again trying to stay with him on the inside. Quick combinations. Right hand from Canelo I think was partially blocked. He's really loading up on them shots now, Canelo Alvarez. He wants to land something big. The Netflix scorecard has got Bud Crawford in a commanding lead. According to that scorecard, Canelo cannot win without knockdowns, or a knockdown at least. Crawford standing with Canelo here. Uppercut from Crawford. Nice shot. Trading on the inside with Canelo Alvarez. Oh, nice shots from Terence Crawford. Very nice shots. Then he moves away. Real nice combinations. Oh, big right hand from Canelo. Ooh, big right hand from Canelo through the middle. Bud Crawford took it. Very impressive the way that so far Crawford has been able to take Canelo's shots when they have landed. Canelo turning away looking frustrated. This is the wrong place to get frustrated, bro. You better get your mind back on the job. Both guys are landing good shots in this round, but Bud Crawford looks the more comfortable and happy of the two. Nice shot. Combination from Bud Crawford there. He's feeling himself. Canelo Alvarez frustrated. Has he resigned himself to defeat? Is he praying that those judges are going to see it his way? Bud Crawford moving around. Canelo plodding. This is a Bud Crawford round, folks. Combination from Bud Crawford. Beautiful shots. Canelo shakes his head, but the shots landed, bro. You can shake your head all you want. The shots landed clean. Frustration shown in the face of Canelo Alvarez. Bud Crawford skips away. Plenty of energy left in his legs. Attempted combination from Canelo was easily blocked. That's the end of round number 11. Bud Crawford, for me, definitely ahead in this fight. That was a beautiful right hook come right uppercut on the inside from Crawford. A counter punch to Canelo's left to the body. Beautiful inside work from Bud. Look at those shots. Looking at the slow-mo replay here. Canelo came back with some good shots of his own, but Bud Crawford took him no problem. I'm surprised by that. I did not think Bud would be able to take Canelo's power like that without being hurt or intimidated. So kudos to Bud Crawford. This is what great fighters can do. You know, they can go above and beyond and produce fantastic performances, and Bud Crawford has done that in this fight. Oh, I see Richard Schaefer in the crowd now, actually. He can't be too happy. Here we go, final round, number 12. For me, Canelo needs a knockout to win. But how do the judges see it? Combination from Crawford, but was blocked by Canelo. Oh, combination from Bud Crawford. Crawford has really got better as the fight has gone on for the most part. There's been a few coasting rounds, but for the most part, he's got better as the fight has gone on. Canelo tries to come back with some heavy shots, and he's fought exclusively out of the southpaw stance. And Canelo pins Crawford on the ropes, but doesn't get any effective work through. Oh, big left hand from Bud Crawford. Canelo turns with the punch. Good shot from Canelo there. Halfway through, or just over halfway through the final round. Oh, Canelo nearly landed a right hand there. It doesn't quite get home. Crawford counters with a right hook. Smiles. There were people criticizing, there was somebody in the live chat trashing Bud Crawford's resume before this fight. Well, he won't be able to do that now if he gets the decision here. There'll be no more grounds. I mean, I thought the guy was going way over the top with the stuff he was saying about Crawford's resume anyway, but if he gets the victory here, yeah, forget about all that. With this, Crawford has a fantastic victory on the resume. But will the judges see it that way? Canelo with a body shot there. Combination from Bud Crawford. He's trying to finish with a flourish. Oh, big shot from Bud Crawford. Wow. Fantastic performance by Bud Crawford. Without a shadow of a doubt, he won the fight. Without a shadow of a doubt, Bud Crawford won that fight. And not only did he win the fight, he won it far more impressively for me than Mayweather did against Canelo, because Mayweather fought a weight-drained green Canelo. And he did it in a boring fashion. Bud Crawford fought a fully hydrated, much more experienced Canelo, and he did it in a far more exciting fashion. So there's no praise high enough for Bud Crawford after that performance. I didn't think he would do it. We haven't heard the decision yet. I mean, I did say Canelo would win either legitimately or illegitimately, right? So we'll see if he wins illegitimately. But in terms of the court of public opinion, including my opinion, Bud Crawford has well won that fight. Well won it. And there were several people in my Element group. TG was one of them. He was saying all along that Crawford's going to basically school Canelo. He's going to embarrass him. Teddy Atlas said it. Duke McKenzie said Crawford's going to embarrass Canelo. And he did. So shout out to everyone who got their prediction right. Again, I thought the size, even though Crawford's the more skillful guy, I thought the size of Canelo would impact on Crawford more, but no, it didn't. Crawford took the shots fine. He wasn't intimidated. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't bothered. He did his thing. Big up Shola for the super chat. He says, complete shutout from Bud. Clear W. Yeah, clear W for me. His wrestling skills are very good on the inside. But let's have a look at what the judges say. Let's have a look at what the judges say. Let's hear the decision. The scorecards. And it's a unanimous 116-112. And Solomon is in the ring, by the way. Bud Crawford gets the win. Undisputed super middleweight world champion Terence Bud Crawford. They didn't rob him. They did the right thing. Bud Crawford's in tears of joy. Absolutely fantastic from Bud Crawford. Fantastic performance, victory, and now nobody can talk rubbish about his resume anymore. Now nobody can talk rubbish about the resume. That was a fantastic display by Bud Crawford. Absolutely fantastic. He hugs Turkey Al Sheikh after the fight. Yeah. Great, great performance. Somebody says first 3-belt undisputed in the 3-weight undisputed in the 4-belt era. Somebody says Mauricio is sick. I mean, we always knew Bud Crawford was special. It was just a question of how special. I thought this would be a step too far, the size and everything. But, oh no, it wasn't. So he proved me wrong. It wasn't a step too far. The size didn't bother him at all. The size did not bother Terence Crawford at all. Just listening to the interview here with Bud and Max Kellerman. Big up Bite Size Boxing. He says, Bud has now surpassed Floyd Mayweather's legacy. Big up Bite Size Boxing. Here's what I will say about Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford doesn't have the number of big names on his resume that Mayweather does. But Mayweather doesn't have a single win as significant on his resume as this. There is no one win on Mayweather's resume that's as impressive as this win. Yeah, he's got more names on his resume, Mayweather, no doubt. But in terms of single wins, if you could look at one win, there's no win on Mayweather's resume that's as impressive as this. Yeah, he beat Canelo when Canelo was weight drained, green, wet behind the ears. And he didn't beat him like this. Canelo says he feels great. That's a lie. Indeed, Bud Crawford challenged himself. No weight drain, rehydration clauses, or any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure, it does hurt Canelo's legacy. And this is why Canelo was kind of hesitant to take this fight, because he was thinking, if I beat Bud Crawford, they're going to give me no credit because he's a smaller guy coming up. And if I lose to him, they're going to absolutely tear me to shreds because he just lost to a welterweight. Shout out to Matt for the super chat. He says, his top 10 greatest wins of all time. He's in top 20 discussion, no doubt now. Big up, Matt Borgerson. Danny says that wasn't a prime Canelo. Well, it was a better version of the Canelo than the one who fought Mayweather. The one who fought Mayweather was wet behind the ears, green, and he was weight drained. So, okay, you can say it weren't prime, but it was a better version than the one Mayweather fought, definitely. 100% definitely. More experienced, more know-how. Definitely better than the one Mayweather beat. Yes way, buddy. Canelo was drained against Mayweather. He drained him down to an artificially low weight, and Canelo was wet behind the ears. What are you talking about? Canelo was probably 3 or 4 years prior to his prime when he fought Mayweather, and he was weight drained. This is a fully hydrated Canelo with loads of experience. Younger than Bud Crawford too. So, no, man, that was a better version than Mayweather beat, for sure. And he did it more impressively than Mayweather did it. Big up President Brush for the super chat. He says, big up Hatman, appreciate the commentary and I appreciate the support, my bro. That was fantastic from Bud Crawford. What's laughable is you 20 times. You're laughable. Maybe you're a Mayweather fanboy. Is that it? Because everything I said is facts as far as Crawford was Canelo was weight drained against Mayweather. I mean, when Canelo fought Mayweather, it was only a few fights earlier that he nearly got knocked out by Miguel Cotto's brother. Like, come on. Big up Anki for the super chat. He says, pound for pound, who's better, Usyk or Crawford? I don't really get into pound for pound. It's not really my thing. It's a very abstract concept. Both guys are fantastic fighters. So I'm not really a pound for pound guy, never have been. But, you know, both guys are up there in terms of the best in boxing right now. So shout out to Ankit, excuse me, for the super chat. We got Mr. Luca. He says, congrats to Bud. How did you score it? I wasn't scoring it. I didn't keep a scorecard, but I certainly thought that Bud Crawford won it clearly. That was the impression I had by the end of the bout, because I was speaking during the fight and saying I had Crawford winning this, I had Canelo winning that, and I definitely gave Crawford more rounds than Canelo. You guys can go back and listen through the stream. You'll find out that that's true. So, yeah, I thought Crawford won it pretty comfortably in the end. Pretty comfortably. Big up Mr. Luca for the super chat. Big up Supersized Fries. He says, Bud versus Bivol 168, who wins? Look, Bud Crawford proved me wrong tonight. I thought he would lose to Canelo one way or the other. I thought the size and power would be too much. I would pick Bivol to beat him, but maybe he proved me wrong again. Do you know what I mean? Great fighters do stuff like that. They prove you wrong. So big up Supersized Fries. Big up GMS Nightmare for the super chat. He says, Bud needs to keep going. Bivol next at 175. I think that's too much. Do you know what I mean? And I was saying before the fight that if Terence Crawford wins, he shouldn't continue on at 168. I said before the fight, this should be like a smash and grab for Terence Crawford. You know, if he manages to beat Canelo, don't hang around and try and take on all the other super middleweights, because I don't think it'll end well for him. But hey, that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. And I don't think it would be a good idea to go up to 175, but, you know, great fighters do what great fighters do. And interestingly, Crawford didn't discount the possibility of retiring. Because over the past year or so, when they've been looking to make this fight, he has kind of hinted that this could be the last fight that he has in boxing, you know, before they signed it even. Big up Clement for the super chat. He says, Crawford was taller and had a longer reach. Why are people saying he is so much smaller? Well, he is a lot smaller than Canelo in terms of body mass. And I don't think anyone was ever saying he was shorter than Canelo. But in terms of natural body mass, he's the much smaller man. And that's what people like me thought would be the hurdle that Crawford couldn't get over. I mean, we all knew that he, you know, was had the longer arms and all that, but natural body mass, physical strength, being used to getting hit by somebody that size. Canelo was obviously used to getting hit by 168 pounders. Crawford wasn't, and I thought, it'd be a bit too much. Obviously, I was wrong. Crawford took the punches, no problem. It's a special talent. Big up Clement for the super chat. Big up Ankit. He says, Canelo was obviously getting frustrated the last couple rounds. Yeah, he was. And we've seen Canelo get frustrated in fights in the past that he's lost. Certainly against Dimitri Bivol. Certainly against Floyd Mayweather. We saw that same frustrated look. And it was there again here. But for me, he was even more frustrated in this fight by the end than he was in the Mayweather or Bivol defeats, because Crawford was really trying to make an example out of him. Do you know what I mean? Crawford stood there and was trying to bang it out in spots with Canelo and really grip his feet into the canvas and hurt Canelo. He didn't actually manage to hurt Canelo, at least not perceptibly to me, but he tried. Do you know what I mean? And that was what was so impressive about it. He didn't just try and steal a decision moving around. And no. He held his ground at many points in the fight and tried to get stuck in. That's what was so impressive to me. Big up Bobs for the super chat. He says, Devil's advocate, Usyk overcoming 50 pounds, many inch gap against the coordinated guy, still more impressive. No hate on Bud. Spencer Oliver IQ of a tree. Spencer Oliver actually picked Bud Crawford to win the fight, so we got to give him credit on that. He did pick Bud Crawford, and I don't think he ever wavered. I don't think he ever wavered. So big up Bobs for the super chat. Big up Ankit. Indeed, Crawford didn't look tired, but one of the things I said before the fight is that for Crawford's welterweight fights, he would have been weighing about 168 anyway. Now, he may have put some muscle on for this Canelo fight, but I don't think he put on as much as people think, because I don't think they're really factoring in the dehydration that he has to make 147. Do you see what I'm saying? And because somebody asked me before the fight, do I think that Crawford's going to get tired with the extra weight? And I said, no, I don't think so. I don't think he'll get tired, because I don't think he's put as much extra muscle on as people are assuming. Somebody says Crawford walks around at 160. I seriously doubt that. I seriously doubt that. There's no way when he was at welterweight, he was weighing 160 in the ring. No, he was weighing a lot more than that. As far as Bob's comment regarding, Usyk's win over Fury more impressive, it's all subjective, Again, I'm not really a pound-for-pound guy. I'm not somebody that's into who's the pound-for-pound number one right now, because it's too abstract. I think they're both great fighters, Terence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. One thing I will say about, Terence Crawford, Alvarez is a great fighter too, but Terence Crawford and Alexander Usyk. One thing I will say is, yeah, with Usyk, he overcame height and reach disadvantages, not just natural size, but height and reach as well. Terence Crawford didn't have to overcome height and reach. He overcame natural size, body mass, yes, but not height and reach. So that's extra impressive for Alexander Usyk. Ernest says, Crawford versus Triple G, prime, who wins? I wouldn't be surprised if Crawford beat Triple G in his prime, to be honest. After seeing what I just saw there, Triple G's slower than Canelo, hits harder but slower. I wouldn't even be surprised if Bud Crawford beat a prime Triple G. Big up pound for pound boxing. He picked Terence Crawford in this fight, I think. TG certainly did. Shout out to TG in the Element Group. He certainly picked Terence Crawford. He was very, very bullish about it. So he got it right. Big up pound for pound. He says, Danny S. crying in his mother's basement. Danny's in the chat. Danny's in the chat. Big up pound for pound. Alex says, no rematch necessary. I don't think a rematch is necessary, but I wouldn't mind seeing it. You know, like, even though Terence Crawford won the fight clearly for me, it was still competitive enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, Canelo did have his moments and he did land some good shots. But ultimately, the more skilled fighter won. And, yeah, no problem standing up to Canelo's power or physical strength. Bud Crawford showed that great wrestling ability in the clinches, grabbing Canelo and turning him against the ropes. Big up Through the Storm. He says, Hatman, what did I tell you, bro? Remember our convo on this live earlier this week? He's the GOAT. Give that man all. And like I told you guys earlier on, there's no need to come and tell me that you told me so, because I never had anything against Terence Crawford. I mean, big up for the super chat, but there's no need to tell me you told me so, because I ain't got any issue with Crawford. Crawford's a great, and I always said if Crawford wins the fight, I give him all the praise. I thought it would be a step too far with the natural size of Canelo, but he did it. He's the man. Where do both go from here? Where do both go from here? Will Canelo retire? You know, if he can't get a rematch, if he wants it, will he retire? Maybe. Maybe. Through the Storm says, Hammond didn't mean any disrespect. Bro, just happy but achieved his goals, his GOAT status. Yeah, I mean, there was somebody in the chat earlier on this evening trashing Bud Crawford's resume, saying he's got a disgraceful resume, terrible, he's never beaten anybody, totally awful. And I was like, there's no way you can go so overboard trashing Terence Crawford like that unless you've got some type of agenda against him. Do you know, like, give it a rest. So after that win, people like that who just, you know, totally overboard in their Crawford criticism, they're going to have to eat crow feet. Do you know what I mean? They're going to have to eat crow feet after that, because Crawford did the damn thing. He mashed up Canelo. You know? He mashed him up. So, yeah, big up Through the Storm. Terence Crawford cannot be denied now. Nobody can turn around and say, oh, he's never beat anybody. Can't do that anymore. I agree with Anon. He says, I don't think it was a bad performance from Canelo. He was just soundly beat, and I agree. I think that was a pretty good version of Canelo that we saw there. Certainly better than the one against Scully. Threw more punches. He was just in against a more skillful fighter. That's all. He was just soundly beaten by a more skillful fighter. I completely disagree, Danny. Terence Crawford was fighting at a pace in terms of his movement, his feints, his footwork, the punches he was throwing out. He was fighting at a pace far higher than Canelo's used to. Canelo's been fighting 168 pounders and light heavyweights for years now. He's not used to having to keep up with someone who's twitching and moving that much. And that drains you. It's like what Usyk does to people. When he's twitching and moving and all this kind of stuff, you have to try and keep up with what he's doing and calculate the distance that he is from you. And you're watching his hands and you're watching where his head is at. That's the target and the body. Trying to keep up with all that and stay in sync with all that and then also move your head is very, very difficult. So no, I don't think it was a rubbish version of Canelo at all. I just think that the movement of Bud Crawford, not just the foot movement, the upper body movement, the hand movement, the constant changes of angles and all that kind of stuff, Canelo just couldn't keep up with it mentally. Yeah, and that's why you weren't seeing the head movement. All that. He's just in there with a guy who's much faster than he's used to dealing with. So I think that's what it was. Big up Through the Storm. He says, Floyd's fuming right now. Bud did it the proper way. Yeah. Bud did it in a far more entertaining way than Floyd Mayweather did. And like I said earlier on in the chat, he didn't drain Canelo. Not like he could have done if he wanted to, right? Canelo's such an A-side these days, there's no chance for doing that anymore. But still, you give him credit for fighting a fully hydrated guy with all the experience who's knocked out light heavyweights. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, big up Through the Storm. For me, that's better than any single win on Mayweather's resume. Indeed, in circle. Bud did it versus Canelo at his own weight. And I'm going to say something here, because I've been asked many times, who wins between Mayweather and Bud Crawford? And last time I was asked the question, I said Mayweather. I'm changing my mind now. I think Bud Crawford beats Floyd Mayweather, prime for prime. Because that was a Bud Crawford damn near 38. I think Bud Crawford beats Mayweather prime for prime. The way the guy rose to the occasion, do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think he beats Mayweather prime for prime. I've changed my mind after seeing that. Big up Jake Lee for the super chat. He says, Mayweather never undisputed. Crawford has done it 3 times. Surely that has to mean something. I agree. But of course, people were criticizing Crawford, saying that he was around during a weak era. So he became undisputed at a time when it was easy to do so. But after this particular win, they can't say that he beat a bunch of rubbish people. Big up Jake Lee for the super chat. Big up Clement for the super chat. He says, respect Turkey I think he is telling the judges to be honest. If this fight was promoted by other promoters, Bud would have been robbed. Same with Usyk Fury. And I suspect you're right on that. I suspect you're right on that. Big up Clement. And it was good to see the right man get the decision. There were some bad decisions on the card. I mean, shocking. I don't know what that was all about. But the main event is the fight that matters most, and they got the decision right. Big up Through the Storm. He says, Hatman, I think it's undeniable that Bud could beat Prime, Sugar Ray Leonard, Ray Robertson, Hagler. He's 38. He's one of the top 10 talents in boxing history. Thoughts? I mean, there's a lot there, bro. There's a lot to contemplate. All I'll tell you is I like to be circumspect, right? All I'll tell you is I think Bud Crawford beats a Prime Mayweather. Yeah, after what I saw there, because I was always kind of 50-50 on who I think would win, Prime Bud or Prime Mayweather. But after seeing that at the age of 38, no, I think he beats a Prime Mayweather. I think he finds a way to get it done. Maybe he uses movement against Mayweather. Do you know what I mean? Because people usually try and press Mayweather. Mayweather's not as impressive when he has to come looking for you. And maybe that's the way Bud beats him. Uses movement out of a southpaw stance, walks Mayweather onto shots, has Mayweather come forward. Because when Mayweather's on the front foot, all he tends to do is put his hands up, put the earmuffs on and walk forward and throw straight right hands. It's very basic, actually, when you force Mayweather to pressure you. Maybe Bud forces him to do that and catches him with shots on the way in. Yeah, I would pick Bud now over a Prime Mayweather. Big up Through the Storm. As far as Ray Robertson, Hagler and all that, I mean, I need to meditate on that for a moment. Big up Through the Storm. Big up 24 Jam Kid. He says, Mayweather is lucky Bud wasn't born 10 years sooner. Bud would have beaten him. Yeah, their careers did overlap slightly. Bud Crawford was around, coming up through the ranks, just touching world level when Mayweather was close to retirement. Or 100% Through the Storm. Not saying he would, but I'm saying you can't count him out. Yeah, you could definitely can't count him out against the guys you mentioned. For sure, you can't count him out. This guy clearly is very, very special indeed. He's the man. Jackie Boy Johnson says, Madrimov gave Bud a better fight than Canelo. Yeah, he did. Styles make fights, right? Madrimov has got that awkward footwork, He bounces in and out of range all the time and then punches off the bounce. Whereas Canelo's flat-footed. And it was that footwork, it was the in and out bounce that gave Crawford the problems in that fight. Canelo don't have that in and out bounce. Big up Through the Storm, he says, we're so lucky to see Bud and Usyk reach GOAT tier. We are. We're living through history right now. What Alexander Usyk has done, history. What Crawford has done, history. So we're very lucky as boxing fans to be living through these moments. Absolutely 100%. Big up Cash for the super chat. He says, three-way undisputed in the four-belt era. I thought such an accomplishment could never happen across plus across 28 pounds in weight classes, May would have ducked Bud. I'm sure he would have ducked Bud. He would have retired and waited for Bud to move out of the weight class or something. There's always some funny business going on with Mayweather, you know? He was the guy that set the blueprint for all the funny business, which Luke Partridge later copied. Big up Cash. Okay, Mortal Men Box UK says, I'm one of Chris Eubank Jr.'s pad men. Chris is ready for Crawford, and he told me that he wants that fight after he takes, I guess he meant to say, care of Conor Benn in their rematch. Okay. Paladin Polka says, well, Mayweather didn't invent that. Sugar Ray Leonard did. Okay, Ray Leonard did all the retiring then coming out of retirement stuff, yes. But not the avoiding stuff to the extent of Mayweather. Yeah? So Mayweather copied or Mayweather and Al Heyman copied the Ray Leonard blueprint of the fake retirements, right? But Mayweather took the avoiding to a next level and the excuses to a next level beyond what Sugar Ray Leonard did. And Sugar Ray Leonard beat a caliber of fighter in their prime that Mayweather never did. Mayweather wouldn't have got in there with a caliber of fighter that Ray Leonard did. You know what I mean? So, yeah, Ray Leonard was nowhere near as egregious in his shenanigans as Mayweather was. This is a guy in Ray Leonard who fought a prime Tommy Hearns. Marvin Hagler when he was still champion at middleweight. You know, Roberto Duran twice. Mayweather was fighting who? An ancient Shane Mosley? Pacquiao way past his best? You know what I mean? Marquez, when there was supposed to be a catch weight and Mayweather completely ignored the catch weight and came in several pounds over, like a green Canelo who was weight, like, nah, man. Ray Leonard was, okay, he did the retirement thing, sitting on the sidelines and then picking the right fight at the right time. But, nah, his wins are a lot stronger than Mayweather's wins. His shenanigans were not as bad. Big up Seller for the super chat. He says, big up Hatman, do you think both fighters should retire? I think it would be a good way for Crawford to go out. You know? How much better can it get? Undisputed in 3 weight divisions in the 4-belt era. He just stepped up to 168. How much better can it get? Especially at the age of 38. You know, so I think there's a good case that maybe both fighters should retire, particularly Crawford. Canelo might not want to go out on a loss. Is there a rematch clause? Will Canelo look to exercise that, or will he say, you know what? Let me call it a day. We shall see, but big up Seller. Big up Supersized Fries. He says, surely Bud versus Turkey Boy Shiraz is next. It might be. I mean, maybe there was a deal in place beforehand. I'm speculating here that the winner of Canelo Crawford fights Shiraz. If that deal was in place, then unless Terence Crawford retires, he's going to have to fight Shiraz, I would guess, right? Big up Matt for the super chat. He says, would you rank Bud above Usyk in greatness? Like I said, I'm not really into pound for pound. It's really hard to assess these things because there are so many things you have to take into account. You know, how good were the cruiserweight and heavyweight divisions when Usyk ran through him. Compared to when Bud Crawford ran through 135, 140, 147, 168. I mean, not like he ran through 168, but he beat, the undisputed champion. Would I consider one greater than the other? I mean, if I was pushed, I might say that Usyk's achievements are maybe slightly more impressive at this stage. But they're both fantastic fighters, They're both incredible fighters that have got special stuff inside them. It's not just the physical ability, the boxing brain and all that. Both Usyk and Terence Crawford are as gritty and determined as it comes. Do you know what I mean? And that's really what separates them beyond just their skills. It's the mindset. They've got this iron mindset, Usyk and Terence Crawford. They're not just content with winning, pecking and poking and trying to steal a decision. No, they want to hurt you. That's what's so impressive about both of them. But, I don't know, if I was pushed, I might say, okay, Usyk's achievements are maybe a bit more impressive, but either way, it's nothing but respect from me towards both of them, Both fantastic fighters. Big up Matt for the super chats. Through the Storm, big up. He says, happy to see Bud, a truly good man, in and out of the ring, achieve his potential after years. Many mocking his resume, lack of fame. Nice to see good guys win. Yeah, I mean, you should have seen the guy if you scroll up in the chat before this fight started. This guy was tearing into Crawford, bro. I don't know what that was all about. And there has been that narrative in the run-up to the Canelo fight where people are just ripping Crawford's resume to shreds. I'm like, this is overboard, man. I'm not saying Crawford had the greatest resume ever, because he wasn't around in the greatest era ever at 140 or whatever, but like, nah, man, he had decent wins. Ricky Burns was a solid champion. He beat him. He took the unbeaten record of Gamboa. That was a good win. Victor Postal was a good win. Do you know what I mean? Okay, Errol Spence was not the same after the car crash, but he was still good. He still beat the brakes off Ugas. He still beat Danny Garcia out of sight. So he was still a world-class fighter. Even though he wasn't quite as good as he was prior to the crash, he was still good. And Terence Crawford did a number on him. So, yeah, the criticisms of Crawford are over the top. But now that he's done this to Canelo, yeah, all them people are going to have to eat crow feet and start giving the man some credit. 100% big up Through the Storm. Big up S. Rip It. He says, would you say Bud is the greatest of all time? I wouldn't go that far, personally, in terms of like resume. If you want to say that he might have beaten in a fantasy matchup most other fighters, let's say welterweights, I can entertain it. But in terms of resume, I'm not going to say he's the greatest of all time. No, not in terms of the resume. And Bud Crawford is already back with the Netflix crew, being interviewed by all of them. Mark Kriegel. Wow, Terence Crawford says he's been hit harder than Canelo hit him. Mike Carpenter, Mark Kriegel, Antonio Tarver, and the Saved by the Bell guy. Big up S. Big up Shades for the super chat. He says, is this the greatest win in any sport? No, it's not the greatest win in any sport. It's a great win. But there have been better wins in boxing history than this. It's very good, but yeah, it's not the greatest boxing win I've ever seen. But big up Shades for the super chat. Big up George the Last Patriot. It says, is Crawford the best fighter of this era? I mean, it's between Crawford, Usyk, and Inoue. So he's certainly top 3 of this era. It's between those 3. Big up George the Last Patriot. Big up Matt. He says, just wait for Bud popping for PEDs next week. Hopefully not. Boxing don't need that. And the way that this fight turned out, by the way, was probably the best result for boxing. Because upsets, and this was an upset in terms of the bookies. There were plenty of people picking Crawford, don't get it twisted, and there was a lot of late money that came in on Terence Crawford, so the odds shortened the closer we got to the fight. But he was still the underdog, moving up several weight classes and whatnot. When the small man beats the big man, it helps boxing more than when the big man beats the little man, in most cases. Yeah, when David beats Goliath, it causes shockwaves. It causes excitement. It causes, you know what I mean? When Goliath beats David, well, he's supposed to beat David, isn't he? Look at the size of him. So, things like this help boxing because it generates excitement in the scene. If Canelo had gone in there and knocked out Terence Crawford or just beaten him on point, intimidated him, and Crawford had run around the ring and Canelo won a UD, it wouldn't have created so much excitement. Big up Exactamundo. It says, my money was on Canelo until about 5 days ago. Big up Through the Storm. He says, if we're talking purely about talent, ability, skill, intangibles, X factor, not resume, do you think Bud has an argument to be top 3 ever? I think you can make an argument for him to be top 10 ever. Because there are so many great fighters over the years, Pernell Whitaker in his prime was incredible. Roy Jones Jr. in his prime was incredible. Sugar Ray Leonard in his prime. Ray Robinson in his prime. There are so many great fighters throughout the decades. You can make an argument that he's top 10, but it's very subjective as far as the eye test. Yeah, it's very, very subjective. Wow, look at Crawford's ring. You seen Crawford's ring? That's a crazy ring, bro. Man, looks like Thanos. But big up Through the Storm for the super chat. I'm circumspect when it comes to like pound for pounds and all that type of stuff. All I can tell you is that Terence Crawford is one of the greatest fighters that we've seen in recent decades, for sure. Through the Storm says, I only have Roy Jones Jr. over Bud in terms of talent. There are guys that can beat him due to size like Hearns, but talent-wise, he's top 3 Hatman. Trust me, bro. Again, there are so many great fighters over the years. I don't want to nail my colors to that particular mast. But shout out to you for the super chat. Big up Supersized Fries. He says, based on what you saw, Bud versus Roy at 168, who wins? Roy Jones at 168, yeah. Roy Jones. Bud versus Roy at 168, I'd definitely go Roy Jones. Big up Black Dynamite for the super chat. He says, I just know Mayweather is seething right now. Of course he is. Anyone who understands Mayweather's personality, he's seething. Letmier says, Roy was a physical specimen, but Crawford is more complete. Well, Crawford is a much better technical fighter than Roy Jones. Roy Jones was a freak athlete. Totally freak athlete. a freak athlete far beyond Bo Crawford. You know, Bo Crawford's a good athlete. Like, Usyk's a good athlete, but he's not a freak athlete. Roy Jones was a freak athlete. D-Man says, Roy Jones was one in a billion. Y'all must have forgot. Yeah, a prime Roy Jones was something to behold, man. It was like watching Neo in the Matrix in real life. Prime Roy Jones. It was crazy. Yeah, 100% Black Dynamite. A lot of what makes Terence Crawford, and the same with Usyk, great, is the mental makeup. I don't want to put a percentage on it, but it's a very large factor in why those guys are as great and as successful as they've been. They rise to the occasion. They love the challenge. They push themselves above and beyond. And they impose their will on their opponents, you know? Terence Crawford always finds a way, even up at 168 against the much naturally heavier man, he found a way to impose his will on Canelo Alvarez, just the same way that Usyk found a way to impose his will on AJ, Dubois, and Luke Partridge. Somebody says, let's remember Canelo started at welterweight. Well, Canelo turned pro at 15. He was a welterweight when he was like 18, 19. So it's not like he's a natural welterweight that pumped himself. No. He was basically still a kid when he was fighting at welterweight, and his body grew and he was no longer a welterweight anymore. That ring is crazy that Mauricio Sullivan gave Bob Crawford. That ring is crazy, bro. Shout out to Triple R for the super chat. He says, Crawford should go down to middleweight where he'd be comfortable. Pick up the WBC title from Carlos Adames. Could say he beat the guy who beat Hamza. That's an interesting one. You know, moving down to middleweight. Could he become undisputed there too? Could he beat Aleem Kanuli? Hey, big up a guy called Henry in the chat. Says, big up Hatman and big up yourself, sir. Doing great work. Yeah, Duke McKenzie was right again. That's right. Even Spencer Oliver. There was quite, I mean, you know, Canelo Alvarez was the favorite in this fight. But there were lots of people picking Crawford too. Lots of people in the boxing media. Lots of, you know, people in the boxing industry. And lots of you guys were picking Crawford. But yeah, historic night. Bud Crawford did his thing. It was his coming out party. It was his coming out party. I think even Adam Smith picked Terence Crawford as well, didn't he? Adam Smith did his own commentator. Yeah, he picked Terence Crawford to win too. I think that's the way he worded it. He said, I think this will be Terence Crawford's coming out party and he's going to win the fight. Adam Smith, Spencer Oliver, Duke McKenzie, loads of people in the media are picking Crawford. Yeah, coming out party at 38 is crazy. It's been a slow burn. Indeed, pause. It's been a slow burn for Terence Crawford. You know, he hasn't had the industry backing through most of his career. He's been fighting kind of in obscurity, you know. Relative obscurity for a champion, especially a champion of his caliber. Forced to do so because those PBC guys froze him out. I see people are already coming with excuses. That's a shame. No need for the excuses. If you picked Canelo to win, just take it on the chin. Yeah, I picked Canelo to win. Encircled says, I thought they would rub Crawford. And me too. I thought that if Crawford somehow won the fight in the fans' eyes, the judges still wouldn't give it to him unless he literally beat Canelo out of sight, which he kind of did beat Canelo out of sight, to be fair. Big up Through the Storm. He says, Hatman, if Bud was 6 years younger and at his apex, do you think he can beat the following? How confident? Triple G, Kovalev, Ward, Froch, Bivol, Calzaghe. That's a hell of a list. So I would say he beats Triple G. I would say he beats Froch. Kovalev, Ward, Bivol, Calzaghe. That's tough. I don't think he beats Bivol. I don't think he beats Calzaghe. Ward. Ward and Kovalev, I'm not sure about. The thing about Ward is that Ward, you know, very good boxer, but not a puncher and not massively fast. Decent speed, but nothing special. So stylistically, Ward and Kovalev, I'm not sure about. But I don't think he'd beat Calzaghe and Bivol. I do think he'd beat Froch and Triple G. Big up Through the Storm for the super chat. The thing though, Through the Storm, is that, yeah, the talent gap, I mean, even going into the Canelo fight for me, I mean, Crawford was clearly the more skillful boxer. But there comes a point when you fight an opponent who is just too big for you, who your superior skills cannot overcome. Your superior skills can't compensate enough for the lack in size. And although Canelo was naturally heavier than Bud Crawford, he didn't have the height and reach on him. All of the guys you mentioned there have got other than Triple G maybe, who probably didn't have reach on Bud Crawford, but all the other guys had at least height and or reach on Bud Crawford. Do you know what I mean? And they were not flat-footed guys. I mean, Triple G was, but Bivol certainly not, and Calzaghe certainly not. So when you got like guys who are taller, rangier, and they can move, it's a different thing than beating Canelo. Or fighting Canelo, should I say. Encircled says, in those lulls where Canelo was plodding around, Triple G would be applying relentless pressure. Yes, but Triple G's not as fast as Canelo. You know? In terms of hand speed. And not really foot speed either. Like, Canelo was a lot more explosive than Triple G. Triple G's like a very deliberate, thudding puncher. Also, Triple G's easier to hit than Canelo. Triple G don't have the defense that Canelo has. Big up Warren Williams. So after seeing what I saw there, I reckon Bud Crawford beats a prime Triple G. After seeing what I saw there. I wouldn't have said that prior to this fight, but after seeing that, I reckon he'd probably beat him. Genius says, did Canelo look fast to you tonight, Hatman? Not compared to Crawford, but compared to how Canelo normally is. Yeah, he was faster than he was against William Skull. He threw more punches in this fight than he typically throws, Canelo. He threw quite a lot of shots. Canelo was in much better shape here. It's just that Bud Crawford, because of the speed coming up through the weight classes and, you know, being naturally smaller and just a very skillful fighter, by comparison made him look slow. Big up Warren Williams. Okay, Warren Williams wants to make this into a race thing. Okay. It's always incredible. The people who are usually the most racist are the ones who complain about racism the most. the ones who complain about racism the most are usually the most racist people. You ever notice that? Because their mind obsesses about race like 24/7. D-Man says, I hope Moses Atama reaches these levels, to be honest. I see him as the next potential talent. It'll be good for boxing if he does. It's always good to have a popular heavyweight champion. There's a trickle-down effect. Cash says, I've checked Twitter. There's a lot of racial jabs being made. Well, that's the socio-political climate right now, isn't it, in the West, unfortunately. I just don't entertain all of that nonsense. You know what I mean? I'm not into all the silly race-baiting foolishness. I'll just get them people out of here. I don't care which side it comes from. I'm not into all that. The great thing about boxing is that regardless of what you look like or where you're from, you get a chance to prove yourself with your fists in that squared circle. That's the beautiful thing. No matter what people think about you, you can prove them wrong. Damn, have I really been streaming for 7 hours? Good God, man. This has got to be a record, folks. I've never streamed for 7 hours before. That's a madness. Wow, I really have. Over 7 hours. Record broken. So it's not only Terence Crawford that made history tonight. I made history too. For my channel, that is, you know. Yeah, 7-hour stream. That's a madness. All right, I'm going to shut this down, people. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for locking in. It's been great having you on board. Hopefully you enjoyed the commentary. And yes, big up Brandon. If everyone can smash the like on the way out, it'd be much appreciated. I'd like to give a special shout out to those who donated via Super Chat. They were Through the Storm, a guy called Henry, Triple R, Black Dynamite, Supersized Fries, Matt Borgerson, The Last Patriot, Shades, S. Rippet, Through the Storm, I think I already mentioned him, Seller, Cash, 24 Jam Kid, Clement, big up, Jake Lee, Pound for Pound Boxing, Ernest, Bobs, Ankit, GMS Nightmare, Mr. Luca, President Brush, Shola, Ashley Williams, Danny, of course, East Midlands Fight Fang, Green Entity, my bro from Ireland whose name I can never pronounce. He knows who he is. James Lynch. I think I've got everybody here. Chili Beef, of course. Wallace, early on in the stream. I'm just scrolling up through them. I think I've got everybody. So big up. Special shout out. Yes, big up Through the Storm. Shout out to everyone who locked in for this live stream. This historic fight. All right? Take care of yourselves. Be good. Until next time, I'll catch you on the other side. I'm out.